Good evening, everybody, or is it night now? So, good evening, everybody. Few people won't answer again. Good evening. Ah, man. How many are happy to be back here? All right, only a few people. How many people were here the last for any of the last time? One of the months you came. Can I see your hand? You came once or something. Sure. How many people were not here at all? Okay. The hand is okay. I see you. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're going to have I believe we're going to have a somewhat wonderful time every time we come. Where's Feno? Come now, I don't see you now. I believe that we'll have a good time. What if I do? Okay, how do we start normally? How do we start? How do we start? This is the best part for me because I've been waiting for some tremendous stories from you people, testimonies, changes, transformation. All right, who is going first? Who is going first? From the last time, something that happened, some change, some behavior, some habit that you formed, that you dropped, something that you tested God and it worked out, some progress that you have made. Let's be hearing it. All right? Who wants to go first? When one person goes now, then all of you will start raising your hand and be struggling. Who wants to go first? Okay. Where is that boy? No. Come now. You are ready or you are not ready? Eh? Are you ready? Okay. Give him the mic. That's the testimony.
In church. So I want to say a big thank you to the organizers of this program because I've came for the whole bare knuckles and I've really experienced a lot. I mean, as a beginner trader like 2 years ago, I blew a couple of accounts though, but coming to this program and learning about consistency, diligence, patience, and one thing that really stuck in my head was managing of sleep time. So I managed my sleep time, did more of researching and reading to build on what will make me better. And I'm getting to where I want to be, and I'm sure I will make it.
Okay. I, I didn't say people should clap now. I want to hear specific. I didn't hear something specific. If it's the sleep you want to talk about, tell us what you did, what happened. You had a problem with sleep. I want to hear something specific. All right, that I did, that I changed, a habit that I formed, something. I don't want vibing. I want to hear something specific.
Okay, it was actually my sleeping habit. I slept a lot lately, but after the last Benocles I attended, I started to research more on what will make me better because I'm actually a forex trader. So I read more on charts and analyze the markets at night. So I I slept almost like 6 hours. So I analyzed charts and make myself better during the time where I'm meant to be sleeping.
The forex trader. How am I just finding that out? Okay, you one day you teach me how to trade forex. All right. Okay. Well done. Thank you. Who else? Who wants to speak next? So there was a conversation we had the last time about sleep. What was it? What was the subject around sleep last time? You people are here now. What did you say about sleep? Hey God, you guys don't remember, or you are not saying, or what is it? What did we? There was something that we said about sleep now.
If you sleep 8 hours a day, you spend about 1 day out of 3 days sleeping.
Of every 3 days, you are sleeping. Or is that what we said? Of every, if you sleep 8 hours every day, all right. So 3 days of no, no, that's not how we said
Four
it.
days, yeah,
Now,
1 out of 4 you are sleeping.
no, no,
Eight
no,
times
no, no.
the amount of sleep time.
Yes, it is 1 out of 3. It is 1 out of 3. So if you live 7 days or 6 days, all right, you will have slept 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 hours. You have slept, yeah, 1 of 3. Of every 3 days, you have slept one day. If you sleep an average of 8 hours. So that's, and it's not to say that you should not sleep more or you should not sleep less. It's just a statistic that you should have. You should know what you are doing. All right. So if you say you have lived 3 days, you know that only 2 of those 3 days did I actually awake, and it doesn't mean that the 2 days that you were awake, you are actually functioning properly. But yeah, that just puts it in context. But there's a balance. It doesn't mean that it's also, we don't want you to be short of sleep. All right. I think less than 6 hours is also a problem. All right. So just keep in mind, if you sleep 6 hours, 1 out of every 4 days is sleep. So it's 1 out of 4 is better than 1 out of 3. All right. Okay. Are you confused by what I said? So were you here the last time? Okay, but you understand. Okay, if you sleep 8 hours, 8 hours, 8 times 3 is 24. Right, so every 3 days you have slept one full day of the 3 days. All right, who else? Who wants to? Because I have a lot to cover if you get, but I'm surprised. Why is there no eagerness? Tony, did they send you something to play for us? Did they send you? They're just sending it now. Is there a possibility that we can play? Who else? Eh? What's going on? Who was here the last time? Stand up, stand up, stand up. Everybody who was here the last time, any of the months, you came for Benocus too. Stand up. Now you won't stand up. In the house of God, you are boldly with your chest, you are still lying. Stand up if you were here the last time. What? Yes, but yeah, everybody start. Did I not see more hand that went up this when I asked this question just now? Man, you guys are adding though. Ha! You are eyeing me. Give her the mic. She wants to speak. She wants to speak. You guys should keep standing, oh. Yeah, yeah. You came last time. How many times? Okay, 3 or so. You must have something to say. One thing that you have done since that time that has changed your life.
I've been, I've been able to study the Word of God more, creating time.
What are you doing? You think that will get you out of the nothing. So why have you come this time? If you didn't learn anything the last time, why have you come back? How many people have something to say? Let me see your hand up, Claire. Let me see your hand up now first. I have something to say, something meaningful, something transformative. All right? You keep people stand. All the people who don't have anything to say, sit down. You people are not even embarrassed to sit down. Down. And everybody here sat down, all of you. You people told yourself to gather together in the same place. Calling.
Uh, okay. So for me, one of the key learnings from last year was decisiveness,
Okay?
and being able, like, clarifying your goals helps you know what to say yes to and what to say no to.
Excellent.
So that helped me professionally. One, it was that I knew that because of where I wanted to get to professionally, I had to get promoted
Okay?
as soon as possible. So I initiated the conversation with my line manager that, I'm looking forward to a promotion. How is it going to happen, or when is it going to happen? And God helping me with my work and God's favor, she recommended me for a promotion, and I got promoted.
Okay, fantastic.
The second one, which for me was very important, was that I got an opportunity that was going to pay me like multiple times what I'm earning now. But because it wasn't in the direction that I'd set, the goals that I'd set, I had to say no. And it was very satisfying to be able to say no to something,
Something.
and money wasn't like what was directing that
Excellent.
decision. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. All right? Excellent. You come and take one book here. I have a book for you. All right? Yeah, go on now.
Thank you. All right, I actually wrote it down, so I'm able to like fully.
Go ahead. Man.
Okay, so first off, Pianacles last year opened me to the dimension of responsibility, the ability to be able to account for your life, account for the actions you take, account for where you are now, where you are going to, because I think it had to come that fast because I found out that I was just living life hoping for a better future, just hoping things would sum up some way until from the very, very first night of being a course, it actually opened me up. All right. And proceeding after, it opened me to the life of personal development. I mean, I gave myself wholly to personal development. Ensuring continuous improvement, opening myself up to are there better ways of doing what I'm doing? For example, I have people I listen to daily on a daily basis. People like Jim Rohn, Brian Tracy, John Maxwell, and so on and so forth, to ensure you're not just locked into the philosophy and the
Tell me one
ideas.
thing that you found transformational from listening to those people, from everything else. One thing that you have started or that you have done, that you have adopted, that has made a difference.
One of it is from Brian Tracy. I locked myself into sales, like the ability to take skills that you have, all right, and
Okay, so
then
what have you done?
um, I was able to come up with a product, like
The result,
specifically.
actual result, output.
Yeah. So I went to two people who I know probably they need some services which I actually have, and I pitched it up to them, and it turned, I mean, great deal of profit, and
Like how much?
Okay.
Something.
Something remarkable. I got the idea to actually start the brand. That was it. I have already gotten products that we are going to release. So
And
what I'm
the brand is what? Talk to us about the brand.
the brand. Okay, it's an alternative brand. A let's say gothic, ethical, what are the words? Alte, we all know it, right? Yes,
Your guys know Gothic.
exactly. So those that's the type.
They know Gothic.
Yes.
You guys know Gothic. For real?
Yes. So
You guys
it's
know Gothic. No, I'm not hearing you
emo
guys.
girl, emo vibe, e-girls, gothic, Gothic. Alternate. Are you guys kidding me? You don't really know.
No, because I'm like you are. I'll be surprised if everybody is because everybody is doing like
Like
they
they know it.
understand, they know,
They know it. Especially the ones on social media, they know it. Alternative girls, the altays. Y'all know us, anyways. So, see, okay, even if you don't know, that's the whole point of the brand is to get you all to know it.
Okay, so what have you done?
So, we have been pushing out the brand page, and I also personally, as a content creator,
Do you have a manufacturer? Do you have designs? Do you have what?
yeah, I have design. So I also learned fashion designing. That's another thing. So I've learned a lot. I've learned fashion designing, and we have designs. We're yet to get a manufacturer, but we have accessories, gothic accessories, and alternative accessories that we are ready to put out.
So the accessories, how do you make them? How do you get them?
We
I'm
import
just
them
saying,
actually.
what I'm looking for tangibility.
Okay.
I'm looking for people to learn.
Okay, so we import them actually from AliExpress from China, and that's not the only thing I do. You know, I said I'm versatile, so I also have shortlet apartments for the tangibility you're talking about.
Yeah.
We gain about over $1,000 a month, so I'm also doing that. So that's what's actually
Okay, so
fueling
which
the
one do you
brand.
want to talk about? Just tell me.
Everything, sir. Like I said, we are versatile.
No.
Okay.
Shortlet apartment. Where is it? What is it?
It's in Ajawa Estate on the airport road,
Okay.
close to the airport road. So I have put it up on various platforms on GG, on
How did you come
Airbnb.
about it? How did you come with the capital? How did you?
How did I come about it? Okay, it was my dad wanted to do it, but he hasn't actually ever put it into thought. So I took up the responsibility to take it into my hands and do it. So I've been
So
running it
that's
since.
property.
Yes,
Okay,
and I'm
so
running it. I'm managing it. So I send financial reports every month.
on average, how many days are you occupied?
Occupied. About 50, no, 60, 70, 50. Depends on the month. So sometimes are slow, sometimes are fast. So during November, December, full booked month, January booked, then February and March was slow, then this month was fast. Next month too, we're already
So
seeing
what are
turns
the
out.
challenges doing that business?
It's the inconsistency of guests. So you really can't control people's choices. Even though your place is as good as you can make it, people still have to make their choices. So no matter how much you try, you just have to leave it all in their hands. So it's a game of choice. I believe it's a game of chance. You just have to find a way to put yourself in all the marketplaces so you are not falling short of any, demographic, any guest view. That's
Okay,
it.
you're doing quite a lot.
Yes.
There's good and there's bad in that. So
Exactly.
I hope we'll deal with that
Amen.
in the course of these days. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can come and get a book just because I like you, your spirit. Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Okay, so mine is more or less more, I don't know where to start from, but basically,
Narrow it there. We don't.
okay, sir.
Yeah.
During the first lecture or the first,
Go on. Go on. Go
okay,
on. Go on.
during the first lecture we had of bare knuckles last year, there was something you stated. There was a particular point you made. I can't remember the exact point, but paraphrasing, it was to me, I took it as stop looking down on yourself.
Okay.
So during the second lecture, when you asked us to speak, I came up and I spoke about how that propelled me to make a decision to start a training on analysis and everything. And in fact, the institution I joined had a particular slogan called "Do Hard Things." The slogan was called "Do Hard Things," which is one of the things you also pointed out. You said if you don't do hard things now, you have to do hard things in future, or rather, do hard things now so you don't have to do them in
Excellent.
future. Yes. So that made me kick off my analysis journey, and it was a lot. But fast forward to this year, I applied for an analytical role, and when I got into the institution, or when I got to the organization rather, after 4 days, something came up or an issue came up, and the CEO, the head office, or rather, our head office is in Delta. But I can't remember what happened, but our CEO came around that day, and there was an issue, and by the grace of God, I was able to prefer a solution to that issue. And he saw what I did, and he said, um, he asked to know me, and I was like, I am the new data analyst. I know. I was like, I should come to his office. Took me to his office. We spoke, and the following day, I got a mail saying I've been promoted to the operations manager. Just like that, just like that. So for me, it was very big for me because I started tracing it all back to Benokos, and I was like, if I kept looking down on myself, and I never really took the initiative to actually start this journey, I wouldn't be here today. So that is my personal takeaway.
Thank you. That gratifies my heart. All right. Do we have to argue about that one? Come and get book now. Why are you sitting down? Okay.
So I think the last edition of Bare Knuckles was transformative for me in about 3 areas. But I'll say it was when you asked we should write down our goals, our clear goals. So I do design and website design. So I wrote 3 brands that I wanted to work with throughout my throughout a period of time in the next 3 to 5 years. And then I started making conscious decisions like being in the same space with them. So early this year, I was able to work with a clothing brand called WAF. I think they're the biggest streetwear in Africa. And I was able to design the first skate park in Nigeria, the website. I was able to spearhead that. I was able to fully design it. Um, secondly, secondly, I also wrote that I wanted to work with Nike in the sense that like maybe do a project or be on a project. And just last week, I was in a meeting for a proposal with Nike team and Pata. Um, the the next thing was in the issue of reading books. So I read quite a number of books, and you talked about reading books in a transformative way, not only going through it but picking points. So Miss Williams gave a speech about money in way of handling money, and she gave me a book titled Psychology of Money, and I think that book has changed my life forever. I was able to find a way that works for me in saving. So what I do is I do a group of friends like a cooperative, and so I make sure that I always collect my money at the end of the year so that I'm able to save it and I'm not able to touch it. So I've been able to save that way.
Thank you. Come get a book. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Thank you for all of the people who have shared. Where's Tony? I'm not certain. There are some people who, by reason of the stuff that we did, have found themselves out of this place, out of Nigeria, doing different things. And I think that we are going to send us video testimonies. Hopefully, we can play it next month or something. But yeah, we're just not ready. And we have quite a lot to do today. Yeah, how many have your notebook from the last time? How many have your notebook from the last time? You have it here. You have it here. You brought it. You didn't bring it. You brought it. I don't. You are nodding the same way to me. Yes or no? You brought it. Okay. If you have the last one, the last note, and you have not filled it out, you can continue writing on it. They will still give you the exercise, the notepad for this year. Nobody is denying you that. All right, we intended to give everybody. But if you have the notepad from the last time and you are writing on it, it may be better for you to continue with that rather than jump onto the new one. You will get the new one anyway. All right. Today we're starting another 5 months journey. I think the subject of money is very important, and I think that one of the things that I have learned, one of the biggest mistakes that happen is we get to learn about money the right way most times when it is too late. All right, and so hopefully what we're trying to correct to correct all of that this time. The first thing that we need to deal with is why is the church a good place, to gather and to talk about money. There are many things that we can talk about: holiness, righteousness, um, fasting, praying. There are many things. All right. Why should the church devote 5 months to speaking about money? Can you all hear me? Can everybody hear me? All right. And are we focused? No distractions. Has everybody gotten the notepad? You don't have the notepad. Can I see your hand? Everybody has the notepad. Man, everybody has the notepad. Even the people who are helping us organize and all of that. Everybody has the notepad. Okay, so please give me your attention. Man. Okay. Matthew, I'm going to read these scriptures to help us. Matthew 6. Why is the church, why should we be taking this time, all right, to talk about money? Why is it so important? All right, I start from verse 19. Do not lay up for yourselves treasures on earth where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven where neither moth nor rust destroys, and where thieves do not break in and steal. Verse 21. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. The lamp of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye is good, your whole body will be full of light. Verse 23. But if your eye is bad, your whole body will be full of darkness. And if therefore the light that is in you is darkness, how great is that darkness? Verse 24. No one can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will be loyal to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve what? God and mammon. All right? So the subject of money, there is no better place than the church to talk about it, because it's so important that it is the only comparison that we find in the Bible of God equating something else to himself as so something that we have to make a choice of. And if God is doing that, he's saying you can't serve me and serve this thing, that means it must be a very important subject. And how we relate and how we deal with it, how we handle it, all right, will have some sort of a consequential effect on how our life plays out in the end. And many people don't realize this very early enough. All right, and we just jump into the journey of money. First Timothy 6 and verse 9 and 10. First 6, I will read all these things just to give us clarity. Verse 9 and 10. All right? Verse 9. But those who desire to be rich fall into temptation and a snare. What did I say here now? The scripture that I read. Those who desire to be what? Those who desire to be, who is he talking about? All of you who are here, all of you. You people have longer throat for money. That's why you are here. All right. So heed this warning. Listen to what God is saying. But those who desire to be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and harmful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. For the love of money is a root of all kinds of evil, for which some have strayed. So all of us, all right? Because we have a desire for money, we have a responsibility to be aware, all right, that there are many temptations that we can fall into, and there is a snare that we can enter into. There are many foolish and harmful laws that this can draw us into, because the love of money all right, is the root of all kinds of evil. So it's important, it's imperative that we learn about it in the right way so that we can manage our pursuit and our desire for money, so that our relationship, in the end, the most important thing to us is our relationship with God, and we don't want anything, even money, to get in the way of that. So it is very important that we sort of understand what God's plan is, all right, for us and for money. That's very important. And Jeremiah 29, verse 11. And so that I'm not paraphrasing, I'll read all the scriptures so that I'm not paraphrasing. 29 verse 11, we know this bit very much. All right. And it says, "For I know the thoughts that I think towards you." All right. Who is God talking about? Who is God talking about? When he says, "I know the thoughts that I think towards you," who is he talking about? Who is the you? Who is the you? Us individually, all of us. He knows the thoughts that he thinks of us. Says the Lord, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. All right. And those thoughts are thoughts for your health, for your well-being, for your financial sustenance, everything that is good. God says that's what He's thinking about you, so that you have a future and you have a hope. Proverbs 10:22, and I think this says the blessing of the Lord. All right, the blessing of the Lord make it rich, and has no sorrow. Verse 10:22. All right, and it says, the blessing of the Lord makes one rich, all right, and he has no sorrow with it. So all of you are not, no one is too young yet to understand that there are many ways to make money, all right. There are people who go, like the scripture that we have read said, that pursuit of money, that love of money, it leads us to all kinds of harmful, lustful, dangerous things that create snares. So there are many people who pursue this money and go after it in all manners of ways. All right. But what the Bible is saying to us is, the blessing of the Lord, it makes rich. All right. And it doesn't have sorrow. You won't have to be paying libation every year. You will not have to be sacrificing any virgin to be renewing it. From verse 6 and 8 says that, "For you are a holy people." We read this scripture the last time. That was when I was speaking about what our brother said, not to look down on yourself, to believe that there's something in you. And that belief, all right, and today we'll be speaking a lot about belief. That belief that you have inside of you as to who you are, why you are important, why you should get something, why you deserve it, is important because it's going to condition your behavior. Collins going to his boss and having a conversation about it, was he believed that he could have that conversation. All right, that after all these things that I've done now, I know what I want, and because very few people do that, when bosses encounter people like that, they now like, well, there's something different about this young man. He's not like all of the others. All right. So by verse 6, "For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for himself, a special treasure above all the peoples on the face of the earth." The Lord did not, and it's important, all right, this bit I'm going to write now. I'm going to read now, all right. The Lord did not set his love on you, nor choose you because you were more in number than any other people. There's nothing, everything that is special about us is because God has vested it in us, all right. There's nothing in us by ourselves, of ourselves, all right. So it's holy to think of yourself more highly than you should, all right. But understanding that you are special, not because of anything that you are, but because God has said so. He has made you so. He has decided, he has exercised his sovereignty to choose us, to elevate us, to nominate us, to elect us, to qualify. All right, that's what gives us standing. All right. "For you are the least of all the peoples, but because the Lord loves you and because he will keep the oath which he swore to your fathers, the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage." So it's this thing. We are holy people to God. He has made us a special treasure above every other person in the world. That means everybody that doesn't call on the name of God. He has made us more special than them. And it's not because we are better. It's not because we are more educated. It's not because we are finer. It's because He has just chosen to do it because of His love for us. And because of the promise He made to Abraham that everybody that descends from Him will be blessed. All right. And remember, Deuteronomy verse 8, chapter 8 and verse 18. It says, all right, and this is very important. Verse 18, sorry. And you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is He who gives you power to get wealth. All right, remember that everything over these 5 months, everything that we will say, all right, it is God that gives us the power to create wealth. And what is power to create wealth? What is power to create wealth? No, I can't hear you. What is power to create wealth? When the Bible says it's God that gives us power to create wealth, what does that mean? Eh? What? Ideas. Ideas, yes. That's one. Abilities, intellect, talent, all right, expertise, even experience, everything that you use to create wealth. It's God that gives you health. Because if you are sickly, it's impossible that you can do anything. All right? All right, brightness, everything that we get to do. So what we have over these 5 months, a real opportunity. One, because the subject of money is rarely or poorly taught at home. Many of the things that we will do today will be to try and wean you off some of the bad habits that you'll have observed from your parents and from people and that you have formed by yourself over the years. And in school, what they teach about money is not how you will make money. All right? Because the professor of economics in uni is also still struggling for money. The professor of finance is also still broke. All right? So what they teach you in uni, everything that we say today, it doesn't matter how educated and how schooled you are. The subject of money is something that we have to learn by ourselves. And we have seen bricklayers become landlords in Lagos. People sell nails. People have shops. People are the illiterate traders in Balogun will make more money. You will have PhD in economics. You will still be broke. All right. So it's important for us to understand that the subject of money is rarely or poorly taught, and many of us, all right, have picked up baggages from observing the people who are ahead of us. All right. But what they have done has brought them into a position that is disadvantageous to them today. But that's what we have seen. That's what we have learned, and that's what we are doing. So my task over these 5 months, particularly today, will be about highlighting some of those things to you and hopefully getting you off that train. All right. So in the course of these 5 months, you will show you how your belief system, all right, what the things that you have believed about money and how they make it, how your behavior about money, how your behavior is based on what you have believed about it and how that belief, whether it helps you or whether it stands in the way. You learn today, particularly, we'll learn about poor money habits, all right, things that we have done or that we do that we're likely to start to do, all right, that are unlikely to be helpful. You will understand why people struggle financially. That's something else that we'll deal with today. You will understand in the course of maybe next month or thereabout, we'll talk about what is wealth because all of us say, I want to be wealthy, but you will see, even in the definition of it, that there is a misunderstanding of what is wealth and developing a plan. We started the last time, we'll build out on that. Understanding the role of time, all right? And one of the things that I would say over these 5 months is it's time that makes people rich, not money. All right. And time is what you people have. The advantage that you people have over most people today is you have more time. And if you deploy that time appropriately and rightly, you most likely end up being financially more secure than people who have lost time. How we'll speak about career and how you can parlay your career journey into wealth building. We'll talk about entrepreneurship. I think there's a lot of hype about it. We'll speak about it, we contextualize it, and we'll speak about the role of investing. And also, month 4 and 5, we'll get some people to come and share with us their experiences and how they have come to make their experiences in this wealth building journey. All right. I have said all these things to land at this point. All right. The journey that we're starting is hard. All right. It's and when I say it's hard, it's not hard in complexity. It is hard because it requires consistency in behavior. It requires adoption of new beliefs and new mindsets. All right. So it is not going to be a stroll, but it's tough. All right. But every single one who is here, you are well capable of embarking on that journey and of coming. How many want to, you want to make bag? Eh? How many want bag? If you want bag, if you want to have bags, you want. All right? And that's one of the things that we speak about as well. There's no embarrassment in wanting to be wealthy. Because if you're embarrassed by it, you're unlikely to have it. All right? Everybody should desire to have bags. Yeah? Heavy. All right? Any questions? Any questions? Okay. Any questions? All right. So the first real session that we'll start out with uh, is the subject of myths. All right. And now myths are a funny subject to discuss, but you have an idea of what a myth is. I will speak some more about it. But this slide, everybody should write it down because every session that I start over these 5 months, I'm going to start it with this slide. What does the slide say? All right. Is that appropriate for you guys? Is that appropriate for you guys? You guys don't get it? You guys understand this slide? What does it say? What does it say to you? Okay? You where you are today can be your parents' fault. All right? They didn't have money, they didn't do the things that they were supposed to do, but they did all of that. But the point is that is not a life sentence. All right? That will not be a valuable excuse 10 years from now. That the reason I'm not wealthy is because my parents. Very many of you, once you leave school, once they have done the bare minimum that they can do for you, I just want you to understand that that is your responsibility. And that being born poor is not such a big problem. You had nothing to do with it. Nobody consulted you. You didn't choose your parents. Between them and God, they figured out one, they landed in for whatever reason. You don't own that. All right? And it's important for many of you to know, all right, the circumstance of your birth, all right, can have some effect on you, but it is not a life sentence. By the time that we are done these 5 months, this quote will be ringing in your head. Because absolutely every time it will be the slide that I start out with to be reminding you. All right, and we're all going to read it. If you are born poor, I need you guys to come in with this thing with energy. If you are born poor, if you die poor, yeah, it's Bill Gates said it. All right. So we absolutely everybody needs to have this idea that you between your birth and your dying, there is something for you to do there to make an amendment, to make correction. All right. And it does not necessarily follow if you are born wealthy. It does not necessarily follow that you will die wealthy. All right. People need to know that. Okay. So the story about meat is there are things that appear to be true. All right. They appear to be true, but they are not necessarily true. All right, is a story that has been transferred over the years. All right, from sometimes from generation to generation. And as I give examples, some of you can relate. How many know the word myth? How many you've heard about it before? You've heard a myth. All right, a myth. Okay, by the time we're done today, you will understand it. So it is a myth is something that you think you know, you believe it is true. But when we test it, when we check it, we find out that it's not so true. All right. But because we have built a lot around those things, if they happen to be wrong, or everything that we're built around it is unlikely to deliver to us the results that we expect. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Can I move? All right. Coaches, I'm waiting for you. All right. You're good. Okay. All right. Proverbs 23, verse 7 says, as a man thinketh, all right, in his heart, all right, so he is. What you think, what you believe, that will that will be the basis of how you will behave. And your behavior is what will deliver to you whatever outcome or results that you get. And if that belief happens to be wrong, then we have a problem. It's like the foundation of a structure is faulty. You know, it can stand for a while, but then you start seeing shakiness and all of that and exposure to danger. All right. So a myth is any invented story, idea, or concept. I because I'm so far off from you guys, I don't know what is a tale. All right, for you. But when we were growing up, there are many things that are like if you are going out, you hit your left leg on a distance, go back home because bad luck is. How many have heard that one before? All right. There are all kinds of stories that are nobody has checked recently. I'm even hearing, and I've not tried it. I've not tested it. Somebody just said this thing is not true, but I don't know. I've not checked it. You know what the story they used to tell us about? What's that thing in chicken that they say only men can eat? Gizzard. You guys don't know that. You guys are young. It used to be that they say that only men can eat it. A woman, you go and eat gizzard. You want them to drive you out of your husband's house. All right. But the story about the gizzard is even that the cutting of it, there's supposed to be one tiny this thing around it that if you cut it accidentally, it's supposed to make the everything bitter or something. Eh? Yes. I've not tried it before. But recently somebody was saying that thing is a tale, it's not true. But I've not tried it. I don't know if anybody has tried it. That thing that they were telling us that thing, if you don't cut it well, it will poison the food, it will make it bitter and all of that. I don't know whether I've not tried that one. Yes, that thing. Somebody has no, no. The part it touches that somebody punctured that thing and tried it. Okay, all right. But there used to be a tale around only men can eat it. You guys don't know that only men can eat it. It's an imaginary or fictitious thing, a story that you guys are amazed that there used to be a time like that. Yes, your mothers couldn't eat a gizzard. How? You kill a chicken and you eat the gizzard. Your load has moved out of the house already. All right, there is something. All right, it's supposed to be. You know all those tales they tell us. This one is for this one is for that. There used to be a story when we were growing up about why India doesn't play football again. That India and Nigeria they score 99 goals. All those things. There's a time when you are growing up where you believe those things, but they didn't happen. Do you understand? They didn't happen. And people are fought on this thing. You know, because the first person to be sharp and say, this thing is not true. The people who have believed it, they have rags that, what do you mean? But there's no time that India was very good in football, that they come and score 99 goals and against somebody. There is no time, but it's a tale that we were told that goes on and on. All right, so that's what a myth is. It's a legend. All right, just a story that is something that didn't happen. It didn't happen at any time, but they will make it, they hand it over like something that happened, but it never really happened. You know, it's just a story that has been fabricated, all right, to create a certain kind of impression or effect. And generation to generation to generation, people hand it down. It's fiction. A myth is a fiction, is a fictional, is a fictional creation. Somebody just sits down, create something, invent, imagine something and just carve it out and people will believe it. All right? People will believe it. There used to be a time if you hit your feet, your left feet, you just go, but you know that that day is bad luck. All right? And people build their lives all around those kind of tales. It's a falsehood in the end. All right? An untrue idea. A myth is an untrue idea. But the bad part is there are many people who believe it as truth and they act on that basis. And so one of the things that we're going to do tonight is we're going to be stripping you of many of those myths about money. All right? It's a fable, a tale, but it's founded not on fact. It's just Lambert that somebody created, and they'll be passing it, going round to round, round to round. Just gist. And somebody will be ready to die on it. All right? It is something that is just a fairy tale. It's an untrue idea, a misleading statement or account or belief. Or that's what a myth is. All right? And the most dangerous truths or untruths are, slight. There'll be something in there, you just adjust it a bit. You create something. And once people believe it and act on it, that creates a life of its own. All right? So these are the things that we need to be, and as I speak about many of them concerning money, fortunately for you guys, it's still early for you. Most of it, maybe you relate with when you have heard people talk about money like that, but hopefully you are not already engaged in it. So the thing that we want to do is to make sure that you don't fall into it. All right? And the bad thing about a belief is that it's not something that you are in control of. It is something that controls you. It becomes automatic to everything that you are doing. All right. So once that thing is deep, is buried in you, it just your actions. You say, because you believe in Jesus, you believe in Christ. A lot of the things that you do now are automatic. You pray when you wake up. They're automatic to you. You don't debate it every day. All right. If you're a tithe payer, it comes automatic to you. Why? Because it's based on belief. The person who doesn't believe will be looking at you. Are you stupid? Your money is not enough. Why are you paying tithe? All right. But because you have that belief, you just go into operation. You can see Muslims live the most reckless kind of life. But once it comes to Ramadan, you'll be amazed at the transformation. Over that 30 days, there is I haven't seen a Muslim that is so reckless that he doesn't observe Ramadan. When it comes to Ramadan, everybody knuckles down and go through it. All right? Why? It's belief. Because and I asked, for Muslims, it is important for them to do like that because the belief is you go through that everything that you have done is wiped off. You start afresh. All right. If you see that kind of window, will you not take it serious? Live reckless for 11 months, do 1 month to clear it out of, and start again. It looks like a good deal. All right. And if you are going to be rich, all right, you need to start thinking almost opposite to the way that most people are thinking and to the way that you're thinking today. You found out that most things that make sense don't make money. All right? Most things that make sense don't make money. And that's my objective over these 5 months to teach you these guys these things. I'm saying that so you guys can write. But I think it's faster if you take your camera and take a picture. All right? Okay, can I go on? Everybody wants to write as written. All right? When you change what you believe, you change what you do. All right? When you change what you believe, you change what you do. All right? That's how when somebody becomes a Christian, what happens? He has changed what they believe. And so everything that they do is different. All right? So when you change what you believe, automatically what you do changes. The things that didn't make sense to you before, how can a person how can you live with not drinking? How can you live without going to party? How can you live without a boyfriend? All right? When you become a believer, because your belief has changed, and then you start to justify the things that look normal to you before. And everybody who still has that belief, they'll be looking at you strangely as to how can you do this thing? Does that make sense? All right. So it's important that the things that we believe about money, all right, that they are the right thing. So over maybe next 30, 40 or thereabout minutes, I will go through some of the myths about money, all right, that we have seen that have created a situation for most people. Most adults are in the financial situation they are in today because they have believed many of these things. All right, and I'm highlighting it to you so that one, you'll be aware of them, and two, so that you won't fall into them. And if you already believe them, you will start to unbelieve them. All right, does that make sense? All right, the number one, the first myth, all right, is the 1 day myth. 1 day, all right. And what does the 1 day myth about money say? All right, 1 day, I will have more money than I need. 1 day. The belief that 1 day, not today, but 1 day, I'll have more money than I need. All right? 1 day, I will start saving. Not today, but 1 day. All right? 1 day, I will start to manage my consumption. 1 day, but not today. That is how most of us adults have gotten into the situation that we are in today. Why? Because we are waiting for 1 day when things will be okay, when Nigeria will be okay, when the economy will be improved. All right? And the first thing that you need to know is 1 day is never a day. All right? That 1 day will never come. That 1 day will never appear to you. It will be, and when you go home, talk to your parents and sit down with them. They have been waiting for that 1 day since forever. It is what has landed many of us where we are. The idea that everything that you should do, that you know to be right, I can't do it today, but 1 day. Especially for you guys now. You guys will think everything that I'm going to say today over these 5 months, you will think that, no, it's too early for me. I will start it when? 1 day. And the danger in that is if you believe that there will be 1 day that will be ideal for everything to happen, what is going to happen? They are not going to make you the best use of today because you are waiting for if you believe that there's one day that will be ideal for me to start saving, for me to start making money, for me to start doing anything, that one day, all right, then you today loses its power. Today loses its importance. All right, because what? One day. All right? See this. All right? Perhaps there's a message in it. Does that tell you something? Today, now, is used that many times in the Bible? 500 times, as the Americans say. All right? And later, is used that many times. This guy says maybe there's a message there for us. And what's the message? Today, today, there's a ton of stuff that you can do today. Don't leave it for one day. And the idea for one day, the the sexiness of it is that everything will be okay. When everything will be right. When the conditions will be better. When we have a Peter Obi as president. When the economy will be okay. When, you know, the fantasy that we create about that one day is things will be better. All right? I will not be this stressed. I will have a better job. I will have, you know, you just believe that. All right? That one day. All right? But if you do that, you will wait forever. As many adults will tell you today, they have been waiting for that one day, that perfection. Because it's a myth. It will never happen. That perfect day will never come. Anything that you're going to do it today. Now. All right? Number 2 myth is the job myth. All right? The number 2 myth, the number 2 lie about money is the job lie, the job myth. All right? And what does the job myth say? My job will make me rich. All right? My job will make me rich. All right? If only I could get a better job. Oil company, banking and finance, IT, telecoms, maybe crypto, Web3, any of these things. Is a, maybe for you guys less, but is a fascination that many of us, when I say your parents, you know, I'm talking about myself too. You know, I'm talking about myself too. All right? But many of us, all right, that job fascination, that idea that I only need to get a job and I'll be okay. All right? Or if I'm not okay now, it's because the job is not okay. I need to get a better job. All right? The idea that maybe when I get promoted, the next promotion, when I attain a higher level, I'll become rich. I'll say that. Have you seen that in your workplace? The people who are ahead of you, the position you are looking up to, the people who are there, they are complaining. The one that you are looking up to become, the promotion that you think that will be a big deal, the people who are already in that position, they are complaining. All right? So the idea that your job is going to make you rich is another lie that people tell us about money. And, you know, so we need to disengage ourselves, disabuse our mind from every belief that what you need to do to be rich is just get a job, work hard, be honest, and automatically you become rich. Not necessarily so. There are certain things that you need to do, all right, to make money. And if an unbeliever does it, he will make money. If a Christian doesn't do it, he won't make money. Is that clear enough? Am I making sense to you? All right? There are certain things you need to do to make money, job or not. All right? It is not your employer's responsibility to make you rich. It doesn't matter what kind of company or what kind of industry. It is not your employer's responsibility to make you rich. Your employer's responsibility is what? To pay you a wage for work done. What you do with that money is what is going to do to determine whether you get rich or not. I've worked 20 years for this company. I have nothing to show for it. That's not your employer's responsibility. That's your problem. What has this company done for me? All of that is your problem. So long as they have paid you the salary that they negotiated with you, their job is done. There are poor people in oil and gas. There are poor people in banking. There are poor people in telecoms. There are poor people in IT. You know what? Do you know how much Danfo drivers are making every day? Do you know how much Danfo drivers are making every day? Molue drivers. I can tell you they make the most, some of the highest, they are some of the highest earning people in Lagos. Half a day. Those guys could have, by 12, they could have made what? Maybe 200 or 300K. They will pay whoever has the this thing and all of that. In the end, the guy can be making 50K a day. But you know what? Because the guy didn't go to school, he doesn't consider himself to be wealthy. But the people who are wearing tie, but the bus stop, maybe they are earning 10K a day or 5K a day. He will look at them as they are wealthier than him. That's that. As bad as that is, you know what is worse? The guy that is wearing tie will think that he's richer than that guy driving bus. That's the worst. So you will find that guy, the Danfo driver, is not going to send his son or his child to a nursery school because he doesn't think he qualifies to do that, even though he earns more money than 90% of people working and living in Lagos. But you know what? The guy who is doing time, who is earning 5K, will send his children to school, probably in debt. All right? So it's not, understand what your employer's responsibility is. It's not their responsibility to make you rich. All right? And people get into trouble because they overcommit. All right? They overcommit. They stay in this and they now become frustrated. I've been here this thing, they didn't promote me. I've been here all this, or they didn't do. I've been here all this, they didn't increase my salary. I've been here. Why are you complaining? If you could get something better, you will have gone. The fact that you are staying in it, you are doing it, you are hanging around is what? That's saying to them, that's the best you can have. Does that make sense to you? All right? Do not be wedded to a company because no company is wedded to you. You have to be, that's why the stuff that Collins did, you have to be analyzing and appraising your situation and your distance. Is it still paying me to be here? Job security is gone. Remember that. The company owns their job. You own your own career. Do not leave the management of your career unmanaged and be managing the job. Manage the one that concerns you, your career. Manage the job is the company's own. It's not your job. And when people don't understand this, they will not manage the one that concerns them that they can manage. They will be managing the one that doesn't concern them. And then one day, their usefulness will be expired, and the company will kick them out, and they will be complaining, after all I've done for this company. Some of you will have heard these stories at home. Your parents' frustration. And maybe before, you were sympathetic to it, but now you know that, this man, you call hand. You know, you don't see that, beforehand. All right? So it's extremely important for us. All right? Number three, the third myth or third lie, if you like, about money is the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur myth. And what does the entrepreneur myth say? All right? You cannot get rich except you own your own business. All right? This is a lie that many of you are fascinated by. You guys fantasize about this thing that you can't get rich except you work for yourself. All the people, you look at your parents who are going to work and come and you look at them like idiots. All right? You look at them like, what are you doing? I can't work for anybody. I want to work for myself. There are many of you that I see. You know, is laziness hiding in plain sight. You know that? Laziness hiding in plain sight. Because you do not want to do what you should be doing now. You have built this fantastical idea around, oh, I'm an entrepreneur. You need to know that it's not true. You can be wealthy working for somebody, and you can be wealthy owning your own business. All right? There are people who are earning $1 million working for your company. The CEO of Apple, I think, is a billionaire now just from being CEO. How many entrepreneurs do ever make $1 billion? So it's a lie to tell you that you cannot become rich working for someone. It's an absolute lie. And I know that it's a lie that has entrapped many of you guys. Because you guys have looked at your parents and you are looking at them like, you work for 20 years, 30 years, all of these things. I want to work for myself. I want to be a business person, a business owner. All right? The first thing that you need to understand is if your primary motivation for starting a business is wanting to make money, you are unlikely to make it. If your primary motivation for wanting to be an entrepreneur is so that you can make money, you are unlikely to what? To make it. The people who make it as entrepreneurs are the people who see a problem and are consumed by that problem to solve it. If your primary motivation for wanting to be an entrepreneur is I want to be rich, you are unlikely to become. All right? If a man goes into business with only the idea, all right? Why am I not saying? This is not what I'm saying. Okay. When did it start? Okay. Yeah. So there must be something motivating you beyond wanting to make money. All right. And if that's your only idea, all right, the chances are that you won't. All right. If you are consumed by the thinking or the idea that easy money, chances are you won't make it. All right. And you need to understand what the track record for business for people who start businesses are. Anywhere between 97 and 99% of new businesses fail within 2-3 years. So it's not like 50%. It's not even 10%. It's not 5% of business owners, business startups survive to come and thrive and make money. So if that is your passion, that is what you want to do, understand that the chances of success in it is extremely low. You know what? It is lower than the chances of an employee becoming wealthy. You have a better chance of becoming wealthy working for somebody than of becoming wealthy working for yourself, starting a new business. And there's one reason for this. All right? The people who are proven to be the most successful business starters and owners are the people who have something of their own to give. I listen to many of you. You have the ideas, but you are waiting for somebody else's money to start that business. Because you don't want to gain experience. You don't want to accumulate your own money, your savings, your own capital. You have the ideas, but you are expecting 100% of that idea to be funded by somebody else. Do you know what you have found out? Do you know why that is a bad proposition? Using somebody else's money, putting somebody else's money at risk on the back of your own idea. Why is it a bad idea? Why is it a bad idea? Because at the first appearance of trouble, you abandon it. You move into something else, another idea, another brilliant idea. Why? Because your money is not at risk. You have no skin in the game. So if you want to be an entrepreneur, the best route for you is be an employee, learn, build your own capital. You have to put something at risk, all right, to have a better chance of being successful. But the idea that you leave school, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm not looking for work, I don't want to work for anybody, you're a gangster. But you want to be using somebody else's money to be doing your gangsterism. That's not going to work. All right? Because there is something that comes from working for somebody else. You gain experience, you form partnerships, you make money, you save your own money, if you come to me now, you have a business idea, it's 1 million. You're in the spirit. So you need 1 million. You have 200,000, you have 300,000, you're looking for 700. It's a completely different conversation than you need 1 million, you want me to bring the 1 million. All you have is idea. And you know what? The person doesn't want you to control him. Give him free hand. He knows what he wants to do. He will do everything. Just wait. I will give you your money back in 2 years or in 3 years. That's all the promise they all make. Number 4. All of you have seen this before. Very many of you are believing this one. All right? More money, more happiness. But what have we found? More money, more problems. That's what we found. All right? And the money is equals happiness made. Is what? I'll be happy when I have a lot of money. All right? The reason I'm miserable now, the reason I'm disagreeable now, the reason I'm not happy now, the reason I just need more money. If I get more money like this, all my happiness problem will disappear. I just want to tell you it's not true. All right? And you look at other people that are happy, and you say, why? Why would you not be happy? That's a lot of money. All right? And that also is what? Is a myth. It's not necessarily true. You need to rid yourself of all of these things. And you need to be aware that many rich people, that some of the most frustrated people are wealthy people. There is a higher percentage of people who commit suicide who are successful. You know, poor people don't kill themselves. Poor people don't kill themselves out of frustration. No. Yeah. There's a higher percentage of people who commit suicide who are wealthy, who are successful, who are all of that, than people who are not. So if you think that more money equals peace of mind and all of that, money comes with its own problems and its own challenges. For some of you, money will just project more problems for you. The force, money is the spirit, and the force of it, all right? For many people, they have not been trained and are not prepared to handle it. So when money comes, it will upset everything in your life. You know what? One of the most frustration that people who win the lottery face. Do you know what it is? What is it? What is it? No, I can't hear you. The people who win lotteries, what is one of their highest frustrations when they win it? What is one of their highest frustrations? No. It's requests from family and friends. People will now be coming with all kinds of requests. I need this. I want to start this business. My child wants to go to school and all of this. And the people have not been trained to handle and deal with that thing. They just, so some people who win defer the collection of the money. They don't let them announce their name. Some people who win, they just disappear. Because your family will be the ruin of you. All right? So money more problem. Ecclesiastes 4:6. What does it say? Ecclesiastes 4, verse 6. Better a handful with quietness than both hands full, together with toil and grasping for the wind. So the Bible is telling you, the one you can manage with quietness and calmness and this thing, just take that one. It is preferable to having a band full of money and the problems that it comes with. All right? Ecclesiastes 5:10. It says, he who loves silver will not be satisfied with silver. All right? Nor he who loves abundance with increase. This also is vanity. The idea that more money will solve my problem is not necessarily so. Verse 12 of that verse says, the sleep of a laboring man is sweet. All right? The sleep of a laboring man is sweet, whether he eats little or much. But the abundance of the rich will not permit him sleep. You won't sleep. Calculation will be too much. Your head will be working. People who want to take the money from you. Opportunities that you have to invest, you'll be calculating. Your husband will want to scam you. Your wife will want to scam you. Your children, they will be building their own scam on your head. Neighbors, parents, everybody will be on your case. Calculation. You have to travel today. You have to do this one. You have to do that one. You have to do this. The Bible says the sleep of a laboring man, a poor man is sweet. Whether he eats much or little. But the abundance of the rich man permits him no sleep. I'm just saying to you, if you think that money will solve all your problems, see, the solving of your problem and money, they are unrelated. All right? If you are not happy now, it's not money that's the reason why you are not happy. Deal with that unhappiness now. First Timothy. Six and verse 6. He says, now godliness with contentment is what? Great. All right? And to be content doesn't mean to be satisfied. All right? It just means that your attitude is good while you are working your way out of it. I see many people, they'll be frustrated. I'm like, what is frustrating you? Say, I wanted to buy a house by the age of 30 or 35. I didn't buy it. I wanted to do this and this. Why are you frustrated? Did you give it your all? Was that something that you could have done that you didn't do? It didn't work. You have identified the problem and you are dealing with it. So be okay. And you know those people, they don't like for you to remind them that they are being ungrateful. They will not spark. Think about the many other things that you have. Why are you frustrated by this? Contentment doesn't mean that you are satisfied. It doesn't mean I'm poor, I'm satisfied. It just means that as I'm working my way out of that thing, everybody doesn't need to know that I have a problem. You know, some people, when they have a problem, the whole neighborhood has a problem. Your children, you beat them to death. Your husband, your wife, anybody will collect. because you have an issue. Have you seen those kind of people before? Small issue like this, you must collect. Why? All right? And know this. If you're basing your happiness on anything less than God, you're going to be disappointed. If you are relying on anything other than God for your happiness or for your peace of mind or for anything, you are guaranteed something, disappointment. All right? So separate you can be happy, you can be content, you can be peaceful, whether you are poor or you're rich. And you can be anything, whether whichever one you are of the two. Does that make sense? All right? So our trust, our faith, our hope, our confidence, it needs to be God. Because if we invest our trust and faith and anything else in anything less than that, we're going to fail. All right? Number 5 is the good luck myth. How many believe in good luck? Good luck. Lucky. Yeah? And the good luck myth is they believe that I'm not rich. Because what? Because I've not been lucky or I'm unlucky. All right? The idea that everybody who is rich is just luck. There is nothing that they did that I didn't do. They are not better than me. They didn't do anything better than me. They are just what? They're just lucky. And that mindset is very destructive. Because why is it destructive? It means that you don't have to do anything. All right? If you believe that everything that somebody else gets is because he's lucky, what does that mean for you? You don't have to do anything. You just have to pray for your own luck to change. All right? Does it make sense to you? But you find that luck is a myth as well. All right? Luck is a myth. And the belief that somebody has gotten something and it's only luck that accounts for it is fictitious, is a fable, is a tale, is a legend, is a falsehood, is not true. And this is it. Luck is predictable. Why? The harder you work, the luckier you get. If he didn't try his hands on studying sales and all of that and going out and trying something, he will not get the chance to make 250K. But you know what? Somebody else who is here now will just be like, he's just lucky now. Does that mean that there is no place for luck or fortune or this? Does that mean that? No. But we're saying that you can increase your own chance. You can improve your own chance of being lucky by doing work, working yourself into heat. And this is what we do. This is how you disempower yourself completely. Because you tell yourself everything that somebody else gets, you ascribe it to luck. Somebody is promoted at work, they like him. Somebody is this. You know, when you ascribe people's success to luck, what you do is you disempower yourself. Then that means you don't have to do anything. They are not better than you. There's nothing you can learn from them. All right? Because they have just been lucky. All right? Whereas, what you need to understand over these 5 months, and you'll be learning it today, is what? There is something called cause and what? An effect. All right? Cause and effect. Most of the results that we get in life are consequences of actions that we have taken or we failed to take. All right? And I'm going to describe this thing later again. There are two ends to this. Two ends. All right? Can everybody see? There are two ends to this mic. All right. If I leave it on this table, all right, and I want to pick this end, but I don't want this end to rise up, how can I do that? I want to leave this, but I don't want to touch this. Is it possible? Is it possible? It's not possible. But you know what? I don't need to pick the two of them. I only need to pick this. And this will rise. That's the law of cause and effect. You set the cause in motion, the effect is automatic. All right? What you are responsible for is the cause. Once you set the cause in motion, the effect is no longer in your hand. So if you under the smart people in the world will understand what the effect they want to create. So it is only those causes they will focus on to create that action. But people who are not smart, who will fail in life, always think that they can control the effect without doing anything on the cause. So they want to keep living anyhow they want, anyhow, but they complain about the effect, all right, without doing anything about the cause that they are triggering. All right. Number 6, the big payday. Some people are waiting. They don't want small money. I can't, salary, all this kind of thing. No. One big this thing, one time contract, one heavy sum, hit it one time, all right, and close shop. Start to enjoy after that. All right. People believe this. All right. Once I hit a big deal, my money problems will become history. And it is this belief, all right, that's created this sports betting. Do you know that sports betting has become one of the biggest industries in Nigeria? Do you know? Yeah. A few months ago, my friend was reporting to me his niece, a girl, has a sports betting problem. And like, girl is addicted to betting. Is that something that you guys are familiar with? That girls play? It's normal, eh? I was surprised that a girl will be so addicted to betting. That is the problem the dad will be confronting, that this girl is addicted to sports betting. Girl that has gone to school in Dubai and done everything. Sports betting is your addiction. But all of this is that hit it one time and close shop. Nobody has time for this 30 days make one pay, all these things. One contract, one heavy hit, Yahoo, hit one maga. Just do something one time and you close. All right? Just understand. Quick riches are more dangerous than poverty. Quick riches are more dangerous than poverty. Many people don't understand the effect that the force of money. If you come into money quickly unprepared, you will surprise yourself. The transformation, you will not believe that this person was inside you. The way you talk to people, the way you see people, the things you will use people for. Because once you have that money, people are willing for you to use them. And you yourself, you will be very happy to be using them. Money that somebody comes into without being prepared, you don't have the muscle. It's like somebody lifts a weight, maybe 100 kg, that you haven't lifted 50 or 40. You just go to 100 kg, you come crashing down under the weight of it. So that desire that you have for, heavy heat, let me come down to it, is going to destroy you. Step by step, small, small. That's how we're going to make it. The money that is going to stay with you is going to be money that you make gradually. Money that you run into instantly and all of that is unlikely to stay with you. All right? One step at a time. That's how you are going to make this money. The idea that everything is small, you want that big one time and all of that, is just an idea. It's not true. It's not going to happen. All right? The wealth that will stay with you is the wealth that comes from knowledge and persistent work. All right? Anything that you run into is unlikely to deliver to you what you want. All right? And know this. I spoke to you about people, lottery winners before. The other thing that I didn't tell you is the majority of people who win lottery, they die poor. 90+% of the people who win a lottery, and I'm talking hundreds of millions. And I'm not talking 10,000, 1 million naira, like $100 million, $50 million, $30 million. The majority, God says there is 90% of them end up poor. Why? Because there is a thing that you need to become a millionaire. When you haven't become that thing and you become a millionaire, then you can't handle it. That's why what I said to you before, the pressure of just managing and handling this thing. Everybody is coming to you. Everybody is telling you stories. Everybody is selling you business ideas. All of it is coming to you at once. All the ladies that didn't look at you before are looking at you. Everything is coming to you at the same time, and you haven't developed the necessary capability, the muscle that you need to handle it. You just come crashing down. That's why you see all these people buy cars. It's the same thing that happens to music guys, sports guys, NBA players, boxers. All of these guys make millions over the span of their careers, maybe 10 years. And very many of them end up what? Poor. Because there's an industry of women that have been set up to target those kind of people and to be their ruin. All right? Number 7 myth is when I have enough. Not now. When I get promoted, when I earn more money, when I get a better job. All right? When I have enough, I'll start giving tithe. How many have heard that? Many of you now are collecting any money you're collecting, you're chopping it. Because when I have enough. All right? When I have enough, I'll give others. Proverbs 11:24. Verse 24 says, there's one who scatters yet increases more. All right? And there's one who withholds more than is right, but it leads to poverty. The generous soul will be made rich, and he who waters will also be watered himself. The idea is there is no time that you will ever have enough. All right? It's similar to the one day this thing. If you are waiting for that one day when you have enough, that day will never come. Will never come. All right? And ask anybody, has there ever been a time when people are not complaining? That things are tough, things are hard. Has there ever been a time like that in history of mankind where things were not hard, things were not tough, money was not hard to come by? Every day Every season, every generation, there's always difficulty. Matthew 6:34, and it says, sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. That day that you are waiting for, that day when you have enough, that day that you are waiting for, he has his own what? He has his own difficulty ahead. How many of you know the Elon Musk song? Elon Musk. If people inform me now, Elon Musk, you don't know the Elon Musk song. How many people know the Elon Musk song? Let me see your hand. If people don't know Charlie Poppy, you don't know the Elon Musk song. How many people know the Elon Musk song? You people are lying, Abby. You people are lying. But there's a verse in that song that says, there's always something inside something. You people remember it now. Inside that your Evian, another one there inside. All right? So that day that you are waiting for, that you have enough, he has his own problem, difficulty ahead in it already. All right? So it's a fallacy to be waiting for that one day. All right? And know this. All right? Individual expenditure always rises. You know the thing that happens when you work. As you get promoted, you would think that the excess, the new salary that you're getting, you'll be saving it. No. Your expenses are matching, they will most likely even exceed it. You will be getting promoted, your salary will be increasing, but that's how your expenditure will be matching up to it. So the day that you are waiting that you have enough, you find out that it never comes. There's something always comes. Bros, what's your experience? You would think that this, and usually when they first promote you, when you get that money, you would think that this excess money now, you first do gra, you put aside some, but as you find out, your living standard just rises up to meet it, except you do something deliberately toward it all. How many people have had that experience? Yeah. Automatically you get more money, you want to change your car, you want to rent a better house, you want to change your children's school, you want to buy better clothes. You will just find out that as the money is increasing, the expenditure is increasing. All right, that's just the natural this thing of it. Number 8, it is too late. All right, this is what many of the parents that are here, this is what they'll be saying now. And over these 5 months, a lot of things that people will hear, their response will be what? It is too late. All right? It is too late. All right? If only I known this before. All right? Anything that they will learn over these 5 months, they will tell themselves what? It is too what? Too late. Fortunately, that's not something that you guys can say. All right? And you know what we're dealing? We're saying that all of these things are myths. Not true. It's never too late. The best time to plant a tree or to do anything is what? It's 20 years ago. The next best time is what? Is now. I think there's an Igbo proverb that says, whenever you wake up, that's your morning. Whenever you wake up, that's your own morning. So when you become aware of something, when you learn something, that's when you are becoming aware of it. That's the best time for you to do it. Do not disempower yourself by saying, oh, it's too late. Now I don't do anything. Some of you will start a professional course, go to school now and all of that. After a while now, you'll be like, it's too late. I can't, it will take 5 years, it will take 3 years. By the way, Collins, have you looked into the CFA, this thing? Please look into it. You should do it. All right? It take 3 years. Is that, people are always looking for the one I can do immediately that will give me something. But the thing that we say is, if you don't do it, the 3 years or 5 years, will it go and pass? Can you hold that 3 years from happening? No, 3 years will still be going, whether you do the thing or not. So if you disempower yourself by not doing anything, by saying it's too late or something, you will still live through that. You will come 5 years after, you haven't done the thing because you say it's too late, and you still haven't gotten that thing. All right, and you are still alive. It's never too late. All right, it's never too late. That's what we're saying. It's never too late. It doesn't matter how old you are. Remember what we said. When you wake up is what? Is your own morning. When you wake up is your own morning. All right? There are many things that we wish we did yesterday. All right? But very few that we want to do today. People will be regretting, oh, I wish I did it. I wish I did that. But there's nothing that they want to do today. They live in regret. They have regret for all the things that they didn't do. But today that they have the chance to do something, oh no, if only I'd done it 5 years ago, or if only I'd done it 6 years ago, if only I started it 2 years ago. But today, oh, there is nothing that they are willing to do. And the point that we're making is what? Start today. Start right now. Anything that you learn, you pick up, you understand, start it now. All right? Start it now. And it is from doing the simple little things. That's how big, mighty oceans form. You are never going to start out with an ocean. Start now. Whatever little you find your hand to do. Whatever. See, if you are saving 100 naira every day, if you get to it, I'll talk to you. If you are saving 100 naira every day, by the end of the month, you have like 3,000 something. 3,000, is it a lot of money? No. But it is 3,000 more than you will have had if you didn't save that money. The thing is small, but that small thing, if you don't start it, you still end up not having that as small as 3,000 is. That 3,000 will still be your matter after 1 month because you didn't save 100 naira a day. Generational cost, number 9. You people are smiling already. It's a cost. Nobody in my family has ever made money. How many of you believe there's a generational cost in your family about money? Nobody has ever made money. Whenever somebody makes money in my family, they lose it. How many have had that experience? The cost. This is another what? This is another what? The myth. But people believe this thing. That nobody in their family has made money, so they can't. That when anybody makes money in their family, they lose it. So in their mind, even if they make money, they will lose it. What's the point? They'll be coming for deliverance. And what I've seen is there's a generational problem. But for most people, it's not a cause. All right? For most people, what we have is a generational problem. I don't argue that it's generational, but it's not a cause. It's what I call generational folly. Foolishness passed from one generation to another. And this is the problem. The parents learned all of these things that we have said about money. They learn this behavior, they practice this behavior. The children observe it and imbibe it and practice it as well. And the next generation after them observe this thing and practice it at the same time. And the outcomes will be consistent. And then people will say it's a cause. But you are doing the same thing that the people before you have done, and you have seen the result that they got. How do you expect your result to be different when you are doing exactly what they are doing? And as painful as it is to learn from experience, there is something even more painful. Experience. So the people that you are seeing, the actions that they have taken has led them into a place that is undesirable for them and for you, but you are doing exactly everything that they have done. How do you expect your outcome to be different? So when you don't learn from the experience of the people who have gone before you and you do exactly what they are doing, you end up with the same outcome. And that will be undesirable. All right? Understand that making money, all right, there are laws. There are things that there's a way of making money. There are things that you need to do. If you do, you make money. If you don't do, you won't make money. It's as simple as that. The basic principles that you have to follow. If you follow them, you make money. If you don't follow them, it doesn't matter whether you are praying or not. All right? Thankfully, we have come to the end of this. But the first thing I would like to say to you is all of these things that I've said is what was the objective? What's the objective? For you not to fall into them. And if you see any of them that you are already falling into, to take yourself out of it. Does that make sense? All right, because today, this day one, a lot of the things that we're going to be doing is to be getting you off things, bad behavior, things that won't help you in this journey of making money. And how many of you want to make money? How many of you want bags? Yeah? So all of these things are the things that we're going away from. All right. Understand that these things that were pointed out, all right, you need to be moving away from them. All right. For change your beliefs, all of these things, abandon them. Imbibe new beliefs, then your behavior will change, and then you start to see breakthrough. Our problem is financial literacy, all of these things that I've said. There's a reason why the professor of economics or finance is still poor. It's because he too is still believing and living through many of these things that are not true. All right. So this is why it's important for us to do this in this church, to teach people, to teach you. And one of the things that I've said starting out is you have to be ready to think almost opposite. All right. To what regular people think to make money, because most of the people are not making money. So if you are thinking and behaving like them, you end up in the same place. All right. So we're trying to get you off many of these things that you probably have observed your parents do. And for the parents that are here, we're trying to get you off some of this bad behavior as well, because these are the things that hold us back in many respects. Any questions? Any questions? Anybody wants to ask me anything? Any? Did I say any hand? Okay. Now that you have something, is there any question from the first session that we did? All right. Any questions from that? Okay. So the next session, again, all of today, we're basically trying to highlight to you stuff that you should stop doing, stop if you have started, and stuff that you should not start in case you are tempted to go into it. So this next session, we'll speak about habits. I mean, the last time we spoke about habits too. Did we speak about habits last year? We spoke about habits and we said some things about what habits do. Habits become your automatic response to things. All right, so we'll speak this next session. We'll talk about habits that keep people poor, basically. But as I promised you, I'm going to be starting every session with this slide. All right, just to remind you of what your responsibility is. All right, and we are going to all read it out again. What does this say? If you are born poor, it is not your fault. All right. If you die poor, that's your fault. All right. You should know that. All right. The circumstance of birth, your parents and all of that, whatever they have done. All right. Nobody can blame you for it. All right. But going on from here, how your life turns out and all of that, that's your responsibility. All right. And our challenge is everybody must rise up to that responsibility. You must become accountable to it. The first thing that I want to say about habits is we are all the same. All right. We are all given to the same temptations, the same passions, the same likeness, the same fondness. You know, um, every now and then, somebody will say, "This guy likes women," like a certain guy likes women, and I'm like, "Have you seen a guy that doesn't like women?" So it's not likeness that is the issue, all right? It's whether you give in to all the passions and all the urges and all of the things. That's what makes the difference. But everybody, you know, every man is a woman rapper at some level. All right, but you manage it, you control it. If you don't manage it or control it, then it destroys you, it damages you. All of us are hungry. All of us, when we're fasting, fasting is hard for everybody. All right, especially when you are fasting, that's when you feel like eating. Normally, some days when it's not fasting, you may go away without food for a long time. But the moment they declare that it is fasting like this, that's everything inside of you will just start craving for that food. So we all and some people will obey that craving and break their fast, but some people will wait through that thing and end up coming to the end of it. So we are all alike in the things that we have urges for, that we want to do, that will no nothing hard comes easy to anybody. If people do it, it's not because it's easy for them, it's because they have decided to overcome that initial thing. And the difference that we see in people is the things that have become habits for them. All right. If you have bad habits, they will deliver to you very terrible results. If you have good habits, they'll deliver to you very good results. Like we said in the earlier session, if you sleep 8 hours, every 3 days you have slept one day. If you see that and you're like, no, I don't like that kind of arrangement, let me cut it down to 6. Then you get something else. So your behavior and your behavior sort of control your actions. Yeah, and the last time if you remember, this exact slide I spoke about good habits are hard to form. Good habits are hard to form, but they are easy to live with. All right. Once you form them, they're hard to form, but once you form them, they aid you. If you master the act of tithing, it's hard initially when you start, but once it's become a part of you, it becomes something that the effect of it, the impact of it, becomes transformational in your life. But bad habits, on the other hand, they're very easy to form. All right. We pick up bad habits unknowingly sometimes. All right. But increasingly, over time, they become very hard to live with. All right. If somebody is a drug addict, he picked up that habit casually. Some people like to experiment. They are not satisfied with the report of other people that this thing is bad. They want to try it. All right. And try out, try out, try out, try out. Some people get addicted to betting from just like small money you put in. Then you find out that that becomes something. So bad habits are easy to form, but they're hard to live with. But good habits are hard to form, but if you form them, they then become easy and they aid you in many, many respects. All right. This guy says that habits are comfortable bets. They are easy to get into, but very difficult to get out of. If it becomes an habit, if it becomes an habit, if it's a good habit, why it's easy is because the thing becomes automatic and it works and produces good. If it's a bad habit, again, it works automatically and it produces bad for you. Habits they're very hard. They might be easy for us to get into and to adopt, but they're very hard for us to come off. All right. So that's why people have addiction. That's why people have peculiar, or what? How do we say it? The sin that so easily besets? Something that you're struggling with. All right. You make promises to yourself. You find some people have been promising to death that I will fast from 6 to 6. Every time at 12 o'clock, you find yourself breaking it. All right, about they're very easy for us to become, but like we said the last time, habits can become like a rope, all right, that you tie yourself in, and it becomes very difficult for you to unwound it or to untie it. So that's why, if they are bad ones, they are very, very harmful to us. And the sum total of what we are, is what we continuously do. All right, what you find yourself doing over time, that's what we deliver to you, whatever outcome you are living with today. All right, whether it's good or bad, it is that thing that you find yourself continuously doing, that thing that has become routine for you, is what will deliver to you your life today. Remember what we said: life is a consequence, it's not a reward. Life is a consequence. You trigger the cause, and the effect takes place automatically. You don't have anything to do with the effect. Just affect the cause, and then the effect is automatic. That's what habits are. Once your habit becomes a trigger, a cause, and then if it's good, it produces good effects. If it's bad, it produces bad effects. And at the end of the day, when we sum up your life, the production of it will be the sum total of those things that you produce. All right. The next thing that I want to say to you is a lot of the things that I said before, that I'm going to say now, and that I'll say subsequently. There are things that require us to be sort of honest with ourselves. I've seen some of the older people in this hall have said, okay, it's them that I'm talking to, but that's because they have an ability to take in what is being said and analyze it, and where it affects you, be honest with yourself. If you lack that ability to be sincere with, some people are masters in telling truth to others, all right, but they resist the telling of it to themselves. And if you are that kind of person, life will be difficult for you. You must all have the ability to say, this one concerns me, and I need to make that change. But this one concerns me, I need to embrace it. Sort of. If you lack that ability to be sincere in dealing with yourself, be honest with yourself, you are going to have a lifelong problem. All right, it's going to be a struggle for you. Understand the truth will what? It will set you free. But before it does that, it will upset you, it will anger you, it will make you not like me, it will make you hate me, you will do all of those things. But remember, ultimately, what? It will set you free. All right. So get angry, get upset, do everything that you want. But what we are focused on is that you are free. You are free from those bad habits. You are free from the consequences of them. All right. And so there are a few habits today that I'll point out, that are the habits that over time we have seen that these things, if you find yourself doing them, as the older people can attest to, you will tend to poverty just automatically. All right. If you are doing these things that I'm going to speak about now, it's just automatic. You know what we say? If you trigger the cause, the effect takes immediate cause. All right, you don't have to do anything again. And the first four habits is what? Spending more than you produce. All right, spending more than you produce. All right, spending more money than you make. All right, is the first poor habit. All right, poor habit number one is spending more habit than more money than you produce. And this is the determination of many of us. We want to prove to people that we are prosperous, no matter how much damage we do to ourselves in the process. It's just important for us to convey that this thing. I have to show up. People have to see. People have to know, all right, that I am okay, even if I'm not. All right. And whatever the cost of it is, all right, it must be clear. I must live in a bigger house. I must drive a better car. I must carry an iPhone. How many of you have an iPhone? I have an iPhone. Let me see. You're working. You're excused. How many of you have an iPhone? You people who own up to owning an iPhone now. How many of you have an iPhone? Like, genuinely, I want to see your hand. iPhone. Yeah. An average iPhone. It depends on the year that you are, but an average iPhone is like $1,000. US. So when you think about it, a million, a few weeks ago, it was nearly 2 million. And you are thinking about it, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right. So it's those kind of anybody that is in the habit of spending more than they earn or they produce. All right. You are going to have a problem. All right. And poverty is the end, is the ultimate outcome of those kind of behavior. And this is one of them. We want to show to everybody. Android people are embarrassed by bringing out their Android because yeah, iPhone is the ultimate that everybody wants. But where you are now, nobody should be embarrassed by having an Android because it's the exact stage of life that you are now. That's what you should have. You should be more embarrassed having an iPhone now than having an Android. Except like him, he's working in finance. He can probably afford it. But even him, by the time we are through with all of these things that we talk over this, right, you will analyze it that is that the best spend for my money, all right? Because like I said, we have to be honest. Again, similar to nature, all of us are burdened by desires, all right? More desires than we can gratify. Everybody, we all have more needs or more wants than our resources can. Have you seen anybody who has more money than the things he wants? Nobody. Everybody wants more, more and more and more. So you are not unique in that respect. So don't stop thinking, oh yeah, I just want more things. No, everybody has a desire for more things than their money can afford. All right. And the real challenge, the thing that I say to people is, you go into a store, into a shop, into a store to buy something. You don't have the money for it. Is it not a simple? Is that not a simple equation? I want to buy this. How much is it? I don't have the money. Leave it. All right. If you go into a shop and you price something and you don't have the money, and you are worrying yourself, you are battling for how you will purchase it. Okay. Think about Bill Gates. Think about Dangote. He can go to every shop and buy everything every time. Do they do that? So the people who have the money that they can afford everything that their mind can conjure, they are able to restrain themselves from expressing all of that. But you, that you don't have, oh, it's a simple this. How much is this thing? It's 5,000. I have 2,000. I'll be going. You are the person who will now be calculating who can I scam? Who am I going to borrow from? What story will I tell my parents? What kind of this thing will I conjure? You have no money for it, but you cannot resist the temptation. But hey, take a minute. Think about the person that has the money to buy everything. Why are they not buying everything? Why doesn't that go to every shop, going looking for something to buy? All right. So if those people, and the answer is they probably became that way because they didn't give in to every desire to gratify. All right, that's probably how they came to accumulate so much money. Whereas the people who are given to gratifying every desire that their mind can conjure are likely to end up in a situation of permanent lack. All right. Just know this: if you are spending more than you are earning, all right, there's only humiliation reserved for you. You'll be in problem. How many of you know somebody who is always owing people? You know somebody who is always borrowing. How many know? All right. He will find, no matter how small, he will always borrow clothes from people that you don't have. You go and borrow clothes. Why? Because you want to appear. You borrow money, and most times those borrowings are never repaid. And so you form a reputation. You become embarrassed, you become disgraced, you become shamed. Some of you have lived through seeing your parents being jacked up by landlords, being jacked up by people they bought something from that they didn't pay, being all of those things. If you are in the habit of spending more than you make, the one thing that is guaranteed is humiliation for you, disgrace, shame, whatever that comes from it. Nothing good can come from somebody who spends more than they make. Understand that what each of us call our necessary, you know what? I need it. What you consider to be necessary that you need, all right, continues, as we said before, continues to increase as you're increasing your income. The things that you don't bother about now, all right, that you think you can live without. As soon as you get that next elevation, you consider that no, I can no longer live without this thing. So that car, we already know the car is battered, is bad, is we that are seeing it, we know. But you, that, at that time, you are blinded to, you can't see that's the best car for you at that time. But immediately that promotion comes, your eye will now open to, this car is not good now. How can I have to change it? Why am I living in this neighborhood? Now look at all the people that I'm living with. Look at all these poor people, all of these things. I have to live in another neighborhood. All right? What we call necessary always increases as our income increases, except we take action to counter that. If you are not deliberate in managing that distance, it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up. And so you never meet up. You are always in a rat race because you get more income, your expenditure increases. You get more income, your expenditure increases. Except you are deliberate in saying, no, I resist it, I protest it, this is not going to continue, then you are going to get only one outcome. And that's why many people remain what they are. It's not that they haven't seen improvements in their life over the time to keep money, but because as their lives has increased, they have increased. They want to have more children. They want to have a bigger wedding. They want to celebrate 60th birthday or 55. Oh, they want to do remembrance. How many of you have watched Afame Funa? You remember the conversation that the police guy was having with Afame Funa at the start? That why are you doing remembrance for your dad now? The guy said, when my dad died, I was 4. All right. So the guy was like, now you are a big boy. Now you are wearing Rolex, you are drinking champagne, you are flying private jets, so now you can do it. All right. But it was okay remembrance, it was important while he didn't have money. But immediately he has money. You know, that's what happens with many of us. And you don't get rich by the money you spend. You are not wealthy according to the money you spend. How are you wealthy? The money you keep. If you make more money, you spend more money, you make more money, you spend, you're not becoming rich. You're just a high income spender. All right? And know that it is much easier, all right, to control your expenses than to increase your income. Because that's the lie you keep telling yourself. That the next promotion, the next job, the next this thing. No, it is far easier for you to control your expenses than to increase your income. It's hard increasing your income because most times it's not dependent on you, it's not in your hand. You have to convince your boss, you have to convince your employer, you have to go for an interview, you have to change job, you have to do something, you have to start file. It is just much easier to say, I'm earning 1,000, I'm going to spend 500. End of story. You are in control of that. Because the lie that we tell ourselves that tomorrow I'll be you know, many people are spending money today in anticipation of bonus they will get at the end of the year. How many are workers? You know that. All right? They borrow ahead. My bonus at the end of the year. Then go promote us. Salary review. You are already anticipating. So that, and that anticipation will be that maybe 50% salary increase or 60%. They will not do the salary increase, they will do 10 or 20%. You will not be frustrated. All right? So these are the things that keep people from making it financially in life. That's why people are poor. Number 2, can I go on? All right? No savings. They don't save. They don't keep money aside. People who don't keep money aside are never going to get anywhere. You have to have regard for every money that comes into your hand, every naira note that you get in your hand. You have to see it as it's capable of producing something. So the option you have, you know what the Bible says? He gives bread to the sower and the eater or something. Yeah? Seed to the sower, bread to the eater. Okay? So, but that, whether it's bread or seed, it comes as the same thing. It's the same thing. But whether it is bread or it is seed is dependent on the action that you take with it. So if anybody who doesn't recognize when something comes to you, you don't recognize it as seed. You recognize it only as bread. All right? You are not moving ahead in life. You are stuck. And you know what? You are not going to be stuck in the same position because other people are going to be moving ahead of you. You are going to be going back the line. And so every money you have, you make in your hand, has the power to produce more for you. And maybe next month or 2 months from now, I will demonstrate the power that that money has to produce its kind. All right? Without savings, it doesn't make any difference that you are working hard or you are earning a lot of money. If you are not saving money, if you are making, no matter how much you are making, and you are spending all of it, it doesn't matter. Know that you and getting wealthy, you are polar opposites. And some of the highest earners in Nigeria or in the world are some of the highest debtors too. The more people can earn, the more they can borrow, and most people just borrow, borrow, borrow. If you are not keeping, just know in your mind that if you are not keeping money aside from anything that you are making, you are not getting ahead in life. It doesn't matter how much you are earning. As I said to you before, if somebody is putting 100 naira aside every day, he has 3,000 at the end of the month. All right? Maybe the person who is saving 100 naira makes 200 naira or 300 naira a day. At the end of the month, he saves 3,000. He has 3,000 that is his own. You are earning 1 million every month and you are spending that whole 1 million. At the end of the month, that person is 3,000 naira richer than you, even though you have earned multiples of money more than him. If you are not saving money, what did I say? If you are not saving money, you are not moving what? You are not moving ahead in life. You might be doing many things, buying fancy cars, wearing fancy suits, living in fancy places and all of that, but you are not getting ahead in life. If you cannot save money, if you cannot save money, forget about getting advanced in life. If you don't have that ability to put money aside, forget it. The ingredient that you need for greatness, that discipline, that ingredient that is essential for you to progress, to advance, to establish is lacking in you. You won't make it. I go back to my family Funa story. Do you see Paul? He's probably making the same money that family Funa is making. But what? He's always going to be short because he wants to borrow yachts, he wants to carry guests who will be shaking their waist, he wants to do all of those things. He will not move ahead. And while the guy is telling, what do you need all of these things? He's saying him, party that is bringing all the big boys to come. He should postpone it so that's why he will have a need to blackmail somebody. He will have a need to borrow money from somebody. He will always have a need to borrow money and to not be able to repay. If you do not have the ability to save money, forget it. You and greatness. They are is it parallel lines they call them? Things that can't meet. Yeah, parallel lines. All right? If you don't have the discipline to refrain from spending all the money that you earn, You are not qualified to become wealthy. Simple as that. Simple. It doesn't matter how much you earn. 10 million, 5 million, 20 million. If you do not have the and I say I've seen things in my life. I've seen people who earn 20 million a month, 30 million a month. I can't put 1 naira out of it aside. You would think that that's impossible because you are still earning 1,000. Yeah. Okay. Again, I will deal with these things over the course of 5 months. All right. I'll deal with these things over the course of 5 months. But the thing that I will say to you is I've said it as simple as I can say, that thing that I said. It doesn't matter how small the amount is, all right, that you put aside. It can be 15 naira, but you are getting ahead, all right? I think even today I will answer this question. I think even today I will answer it. Just pay attention. You will see me answer it, all right? In the difficulty, and it might be even now. Okay, this is it. Next slide answers it. All right. The philosophy of the rich versus the poor. The rich invest their money and spend what is left. The poor spend their money and invest what is left. What's the difference in that philosophy? What's the difference? They do the same things, but they do it in different orders. What's the difference? Eh? No, priority means what? What is the difference? If you invest and then spend what is left, and you spend and invest what is left, what is the difference? Why will your outcome be different? Yeah? Yeah, what? You are investing more than yours. No, not necessarily. It's the same reason people tithe and people don't tithe. It's the same reason. Read this thing again. Invest first and spend later. And spend what is left. And spend first and invest what is later. Why would your results be dramatically different? Because when you spend first, there will be nothing left to invest. It's the same thing with tithe. The people who want to spend first and tithe later, there will usually be nothing left. That's why God says, take it off the top first. The reason why you are struggling to, and I think my wife used to have this conversation with me years ago. I said, how can I? And I said, yeah, the reason why you are struggling to save is because you want to meet all your needs first, then to save. That you are never going to save that way. The person who is going to save or invest is the person who goes first. It's like your tithe. Have you tried to first spend and pay tithe later? Have you tried it before? Have you been successful? Sufficient unto the day is the trouble thereof. There are enough trouble to take off all your money. First, you have to do what is important. And then, what you'll be, so if you spend first and you invest later, when you spend, you will have nothing to invest. Is that right? If you invest first, whatever is left is what you will now spend for your destiny. This is where you now begin to determine what desires you will gratify and the ones you will leave and drop. All right? Does that make sense? So how can I save? The money is too small. The first thing is you have to set an objective, a goal to save. You have to set a goal to tithe. If you don't determine if you don't see the person who doesn't want to pay tithe will not pay it. The person who wants to pay tithe will tie himself and make it impossible for him to avoid it. You do it first. You do your, and we'll deal with this thing in one of these sessions. You do your tithe first. You do your savings first. You do your savings next. And then whatever is left, that's where you'll be battling. Why? Because your tithe is important with God and your saving is important for your future. So if you are compromising or giving up anything, you are giving up something today so that your tomorrow can be better. But I will talk about it to this session as well. How people can give up today for tomorrow. All right? Bros, have I answered? Yeah. Okay. Number 3, habit. Poor habit. Number 3. All right? It's unproductive debt. Debt that is just for consumption. Useless debt. Debt to buy clothes. Borrow money to go and bet. Borrow money to show off. Some of your parents will borrow money to do wedding for you. Some of them borrowed money to do child education for you. You don't know that the problem for your parents, most of you are the cause of it. Most of you are the reasons why your parents are not cool today. Because before they had you, they were living fly. Once you came with your consumption and your needs and everything, that's how you look at them today. It's like, why is this guy dressing like this? The reason he's dressing like this is exactly you. Your problem is choking your parents, most of you. All right? Unproductive debt. All right? And understand that you give away your freedom. All right? When you are indebted to somebody. What does the Bible say? We will be what? We will be what? Eh? Lenders, not borrowers. See, when the Bible tells you something, you know that God understands what he's saying. You'll be lenders, not borrowers. Because borrowing makes you what? Yeah, a servant to somebody. The person has the ability to control you. He has power over you. How many of you, somebody has come to knock the door and your parents have sent you out to tell them they are not at home? It has happened to you? Oh, wow, that's very bad. Yeah. But when you owe somebody, you are not, when you are doing something, you know how you are flexing on your own level, you are doing, somebody shows up, you're not like, there go, my benefactors are around. They condition what you do, they control you. The challenge, if you owe somebody and you say you are tightening, the guy will be like, are you okay? Are you well? You won't settle my money first. You are saying that, so when you lose your freedom, all right, when you go into it, you can't do as you like, as you want. Life will just be difficult for you. Bad things will be happening to you. The world will look harsh to you just because you are a slave to somebody. That guy can run you ragged. He can run you aground. He will embarrass you before your children, your parents. Some of you, and my cousin is here. Some of you, all these borrowing apps. You go and borrow, they will not send SMS to everybody on your contact list that you can't pay. Some of them even go and advertise obituary of somebody to get reaction. But all of those things, you bring it upon yourself because what? You have borrowed money. Somebody will go and declare you dead just to get a reaction from people because of 20K that you borrowed that you are struggling to pay back. But that 20K, as small as it may look, is your master. And the world will just they be pushing you around. You'll be frustrated. The world will look unfair, unkind. People will appear to you to be mean. But you have put yourself in that position because you lack discipline. You lack the ability to look at something and take your eye away from it. You can't wait. Do you know how many things I want in my life that I'm waiting for? I can wait as you see me like this. I used to live in Sule. How many know that? I used to live in Sule. I lived in Rafi Williams. I lived for 13 years. Lived in a two-bedroom. And before I left that place, many years before then, I could have moved into Lekki or done or rented a bigger house and all of that. I just stayed. My focus was just, I'm leaving this place. I'm moving into my house. I'm leaving this place. I'm moving into my house. My a friend of mine that lives in SA, because she's my friend and she's genuine. There is no this thing. She jokingly said one of these visits that, Ayo, do you want to inherit this house from the landlord? As in, now you have overstayed in this place. But I didn't find it offensive because I know her spirit. She was just laughing as in, guy, get a bigger place. But my own, in her mind was, rent a bigger place now, move out from this because now you can't take guests. You guys are in one room. Your children, my children, were they not living in our room because my brother was living with us for many years. But my focus was, I'm moving into my house. And the first house that we got in Lagos was in Lekki. But it took many years of not caring about what people will say and what people will look to want to rent a duplex, do this and do all of that. Because all of those things are setting you back and keeping you away from your goal. There's a certain kind of rigor and ruthlessness that you must have, all right, to make it in life. When you're always looking for the shortcut of something you can't afford, you borrow money to do it. Something you borrow money, you can't be without something. That drive that comes from wanting something and working towards it, there's something you rob yourself off from short-circuiting it every time to borrow money to do it, to borrow money. No debt. That has to be one of your goals. No rubbish, nonsense debt. Because the world will just be giving you a kick. All right? Temporary discomfort. This is what I mean. Temporary discomfort. All right? It's better than temporary ease. All that borrowing money to rent a bigger house, to do all of that, to do all of this. At the end, when you do that thing that you do, everybody say, ah, na man you be. All right? If it will avoid permanent catastrophe, what most people are doing is they create a situation of temporary ease for themselves, but they enter into permanent discomfort, permanent catastrophe. And your goal should be what? Temporary ease is okay. I know what I'm working towards. I know what my goal is. I know what my desire is. And I'm moving towards it. You have to have laser focus. Every time looking for shortcut, everything borrowing. Don't borrow clothes from anybody. Target when the time will come when you'll be able to buy every cloth you want. Between me and my younger, I stopped loaning him. I didn't wear his stuff. He didn't wear my stuff because his own level of hygiene and my own were always different. So I didn't start that habit of we are wearing it. There is only 2 years between us. We are both boys, but everybody's clothes was different. Please, I don't want trouble. Stay your own. Let me stay my. So if I'm not exchanging clothes with my brother, where am I going out to go and be borrowing money? Cloth from a friend that I will now return to you. What's wrong? Borrow me shoe. Are you okay? All right? I know this. These people always buy luxuries last. They do all the things they want to do, the things that are important to them. They do that thing first before they do anything. Dangote was one of the last people to have private jets in Nigeria. Do you know that? For a long time, he didn't have private jet. He used to ride Femi Otedola's own. He had more money than Imo, than all of them. When you focus too much on appearance and this, what people will say, what people expect, what people think, that will be what will consume every action that you are taking, and what you are setting yourself back all the time that you are doing that. One of our objectives for doing all of these bare knuckles is we want to see change in Glory Land. We want to see transformation. We want to see you guys don't replicate the errors of the past. Serving people, successful young people, you get a job, you start doing, you are all aggressive, you are all focused, you're all detailed, making money, doing things, traveling, doing. See, Pastor James, is it you people's pastor? Is it you people's pastor? He's not. Pastor James, is it you people's pastor? All of you people should quickly start to work. Amount of resources and what you can produce, only you. The people who get rich in life is you make money, you save it, and you now put that money to work. So that money is not the thing grinding for you. You know when money work, when you work, you only work 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock. When you put money to work, what is it doing? It's working 24 hours every day, including weekend. Public holiday is working. But you'll be taking all those time off. You go on vacation. When money is working for you, money doesn't go on vacation. Money doesn't take sick leave. Money doesn't become sick. Money is grinding for you daily. That's how people get ahead in life. You cannot become wealthy on your own working for money 100% by yourself. You will not be. Because of all of those things that I said. All right? Yeah. Assets and liabilities, and I think the next session I speak some more about it. All right? And I'll say to you, assets are things that put money into your pocket, and liabilities are things that take money away from you. All right? There are many things that could be assets, but technically they could also be liabilities for you. All right? So if you have a car, all right, if you have a car, A car technically is an asset, but for you, it could be a liability because that car is not producing any money for you. So if you have a car, if you have a boss that is making money every day, and you might not have a car that you are driving. So somebody has money now, has got a vehicle, has got a boss, and puts it working, and doesn't have car. And another person used that same money and bought car and is driving to work and every day, but doesn't have boss working for. Who is getting ahead in life? But how many people will face with these two options? How many people will buy bus rather than buying car for themselves? You see what I said? You are most likely going to have to be acting opposite to the way you are acting now if you want to have money, if you want to become wealthy. Because the things that make sense, they don't make money. And the things that make money, most times, they don't make sense. So you're going to have to figure out whether you want to make sense or what, or whether you want to make money. You have to change from, I've said this, there's only you are limited by how much you can produce. All right. People who make money from investment. All right, and investment comes from putting money aside. And we'll speak more detail about these things in subsequent things. I'm just telling you why some people remain poor, all right, because of these many things that they do. All right. People don't take risks. Don't take risks with anything. They start their first job. That's what they stay with forever. They don't learn new things. They don't look out at new industries. They don't change job. They don't change employment. They don't take a risk with anything. Even if they don't save money, even if they save, they just keep that money in the bank. They don't do anything with it. They don't take any form of risk with it. All right, and you are not going to get ahead because what? Return you do nothing, you risk nothing, you do nothing, you have nothing, and you are nothing. All right. So these things, many of them, you guys haven't had an opportunity to be doing that. Many of the old people are hearing me say these things and they're like, wow, okay, this is where I missed it. But for you guys, this is stuff that you must not get into. All right. This is stuff that you must not get into. This is behavior that you don't want to learn. This is habit that you don't want to form. You don't want to not save. You don't want to be borrowing money unnecessarily. You don't want to not invest. This is why we're speaking about these things. All right? Number 5, poor money habits. It's 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, Paya said something. Brother Joshua, as many of you know him. He said all of these things I've said before from Odolo. I've said it many years ago. But he said for him, at that time, I wasn't talking to him. The thing was just flying over his head. All right. So he was saying he's looking forward to hearing me this time. And what we're trying to do is to say, you know what, don't let it fly over your head this time. Because you guys are positioned right now. You're about to get into the job market. You're about starting out in life. You're about this thing. So if you prevent yourself from entering into many of the errors and mistakes that we made, then you will have a much better life and much better outcome. Instant gratification. All right. This is a big problem. All right. Trading what you want most for what you want at the moment. That's a big problem that we have in the world. People cannot determine what do they want long term, what is going to be beneficial to them. They will always trade that off for what is today, right now. Instant gratification. They want it right now. They want it right now, immediate. All right? That's why they borrow. That's why they steal. That's why they do something today, right now, because people can't wait. And the people who end up poor are always gratifying themselves instantly as opposed to having a long-term focus. You can't give up anything for getting something better tomorrow. You're always looking at instant, right now, today, immediately. All right? Just know this. Hard work pays off in the future. But that laziness, that carelessness, that instant gratification, it is beneficial to you right now, but it will harm you later. It will harm you later. All right? Know that when you are grinding, when you are doing that, it will look like you are not making progress. Resist the temptation to convince everybody that you are doing okay. So long as you know you are doing okay, be content with that. Focus on where you are going. Like I said, when my friend said that thing, it didn't pain me. First, because I know that she wasn't saying it maliciously, but I was clear in my head. Did I say anything to him? When we bought the house and I told my uncle, he was upset that, oh, was I building this house and he didn't know? I'm like, I didn't build, I bought house, so I didn't build house. Nobody has time for that building of house. So because he took it to, you mean you are building house and you didn't tell me, that means, you know what that means. What does that mean? That if you tell me I'm the person that will oppose you, and it's not like that. Too. I didn't build the house. I bought it. Except if you want me to be telling you when I'm putting the money aside, there is no need now. All right? Yeah. You have to have the ability to trade short-term pain for long-term gain. All right? And if you don't do that, you are shortchanging yourself all the time. You are shortchanging yourself all the time. You have to be willing to give up something today. And what you give up today will be small. And what you will get tomorrow will be big. But sometimes people can't resist the temptation of accepting that small thing and sacrificing or compromising that big thing in the future. They want it now. You must have the ability to wait. Before I moved to Ralph Williams, I was living in Ijesha, few streets from the church. I was living in a one-room apartment. My dad had died. My brother had bailed to mom. See, I was living alone. Not my friend. I left that house in 97. I started work in 1991. And I started working in a bank straight. Between 91 and 97, I had many opportunities to have rented. People had suggested Ejigbo, this one. I said, mm-mm. From here, this Ijesha Sure that I'm going. This is how I'm going. I'm not going like this. This is how I'm going. Whatever it will take until that time, that's what I'll do. I stayed in that one room apartment for another 6 years. When I could have rented a house, a palace, there's nothing bad in Ejigbo. I'm not saying it's bad, but for me, it wasn't what I wanted. Do you understand? There's no crime in deciding what you want. For me, I didn't want that. And God made it happen. But what? I had to wait. I had to wait. People, you have to learn the ability to wait for what you want. If you don't have that, you can't get anything. Instant, 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 instant. You're going to be shortchanging yourself. Many of you haven't heard my story before. You just know Elder Ayo. Especially these Badore people. All right? I suffered though. But it was worth it. All right? It was worth it. All right? Develop the ability to avoid pleasures. All right? If greater pains are the consequence. That's what you have to know. All right? Something that will gratify you now, but the consequence is going to be greater pain. Develop the ability to avoid that. Make the right choice. Avoid temporary comfort. Something that looks like now you'll be okay, but the consequence is going to be painful later. All right? And stuff that is painful in the short term, but will deliver to you greater. Enter into it. Don't run away from it. Do not run away from difficulty that will deliver to you greater good, greater success, greater amount in future. Poor habit number 6, lifestyle, soft life. That's the thing that is destroying most people. All right? How many understand this quote? How many understand this quote? What does it mean? What does this mean? What does it mean? Longer truth is what's killing us. All right? The inability to control what you consume, your consumption, your desire for things, to make things happen, to appear to be that inability to consume, to control that desire is what is killing us. A few years ago, uh, I think we were in Green Park in London. My friend lives in London. And we were just, some things, you say some things sometimes, you don't know which one of it strikes with people. Many years after that, it was reminding me, I do you remember this thing that you said? And the thing that I said to him was, anybody who can control his consumption, what you will eat, you are free from the control of anybody. So long as you can control your consumption. If it is 5 naira that you have, you are okay with it. If it's 10 naira, you are okay with it. You are a free man. Nobody can control you. But that inability to control your consumption is what will make a lot of us enslaved in the world. And we're saying that in response to people who enter into politics and begin to do rubbish. They can't resign, they don't do this. And like, anybody who can control his consumption, you want power, you want this, you want that, and it is not in your hand. Somebody has to give it to you. You'll be screwed. But if you have the ability to control your consumption, all right, you'll be okay in life. All right. So understand this. Many of us are digging our own grave with our teeth, what we are eating, what longer truth. All right, is what is killing all of us. A majority of people are focused on lifestyle. They're not concerned about wealth. They're just focused on vibing, getting along. When carrying Apple Watch, wearing stuff, carrying bag, doing this, doing that, doing all of that. They're not focused on building wealth. All right? Just as soon as people start to make enough that they should live okay, they want to live luxuriously. It's not change that you are getting, no. The flex is more. Small change that you have, we can't see your brake light again. You want to rent this out. You want to furnish it this way. You want to buy this car. You want to do this. You want to do everything on top of small change. All right? So avoid the urge to live extravagantly when what you are making is just, can just enable you to live comfortably. All right? Appearance. Too many of us are focused on what people think. We want to live up to people's expectations. And in the course of doing that, we will do serious injury and damage to ourselves. I've done crazy things in this world, though. I told you people the last time about my wedding. There was no reception. Finished church service. Hot limca in crate was there by the door. Take it and drink. If you don't want to drink, be going home. At that time, I was already working. I think I was already assistant manager. I already had money. But the things that I wanted to do with my money, doing wedding reception wasn't one of it. I was clear. If you see me now, there are choices that I've made that are very radical, very hard. My wife's wedding dress, they sold it and it didn't fit. She just went to Balogun Market. She bought one suit. Woo, wedding has happened. All of those things now, does anybody remember? Nobody remembers. But that's what people put themselves into injury to do because of the program in the wedding program. I did it in the office. I did the typing and all of that. I produced the copies in the office. I stapled it together, read this thing and go. I didn't print anything. I didn't do anything. Not because I did. At that time, I had the money to do all of those things. But they would have stopped me from living the life I wanted to live. This is the reason why I would have gone to Ejigo. And me, I wanted to go to Ralph Williams. It was more important to me where I'll be living than to let people talk for one day. But I was able to give up all of that to do that. There's a certain kind of mindset that you have to have money, and we'll talk about it in the next session. All right? You just live a simple life. It will enable you focus. Focus. Take away people's this thing. Once I rented my house, I had DSTV. This is DSTV that is commonplace now. When before that, my friend is in at work. They were one of the few families who had DSTV. His, his, his dad was MD in Philips at that time. Do you know how I used to watch football? He would record the games at the weekend and bring the tape for me. I will go and watch DSTV. Maybe like in a neighborhood, only one person will have it. I mean, after they have recorded video for me for years, I like this DSTV, I must have it in my house. So between doing wedding cake and doing DSTV, I chose DSTV. Wedding cake, people will go away. There was no wedding cake for where? All right? Too many people are spending money, all right, that they don't have. They have no end, all right, to buy things that they don't really need, all right, just to impress people that they don't really care about that much. You're just putting yourself in trouble for the sake of nothing. You're doing things to impress people. People will still complain. You will still do the wedding, you do the cake, they will still complain. They will still laugh at you. They will still talk about you. Focus on the things that are important to you. That's how you are going to get ahead in life. All right? Understand that behaviors, all right, are what turn into actions for us. And all of these bad habits, I've focused on them to just highlight, don't get into it. And if you find yourself in any of them, especially the old people, we need to rid ourselves of it. Habits are things that lie underneath, right? But they control and determine many of the things that we do, right? But the first step is we have to acknowledge it, all right? Because if you don't acknowledge that there's a problem, you can't you can't make any changes, you can't do anything, all right? So acknowledging that, okay, this is an issue, all right, will help. The first principle is, don't fool yourself, all right? Because you're the easiest person to fool by yourself. Don't fool yourself. Don't say there's no problem when there is. All right? And if you find yourself in a situation, all right, the first thing to do is what? Stop digging, all right? And that's just stop digging. That's progress for you because you are not thinking further, all right? You're not thinking further. So my counsel to everybody is stop digging, all right? And take away the cause, all right? And the effect to cease. Take away the cause, the effect to cease. If you keep doing bad things, keep behaving poorly and all of that, the effect that you are seeing of poverty will continue. But as soon as you stop that cause and you start doing something else, you start producing a new outcome. Any question? Any question? Everybody, start. You have a question? Yeah, go ahead. Just let them get you the mic.
Wanted to add that we as teens, what can we invest in? Like, what are things we can invest in?
Okay. If you come for the next sessions, there's a session I think month 3 where we talk about investment. But the easiest thing is the stock market, but I will speak about it. Um, and if you learn that habit, it becomes a lifelong practice for you. Uh, but avoid the absolute worst investment is giving money to your friend for something they want to do. That is the one sure way to get poor. All right. So if somebody comes and sell you a get rich quick scheme, don't buy it. All right. Any other question? You have a question? I'll answer it. Somebody give her the. You don't have a question. Okay. And you can talk to me privately afterwards. I'll still answer it. All right. Any other question? Okay. Everybody stand up, please. Just stretch in your seat, though. Just not going anywhere. Just stretch in your seat. Because we're about to go into a hard session now. Just get into your seat. Stretch. Move forward and backwards. No going out, though. I didn't send you to go out. Because I'm about to go into hard stuff now. Okay? Why do so many people not become wealthy? That's what we're going to do now. And you will see. Some of you will see why your parents are in the situation they are in. All right? After we finish this session. Are we stretched? Stretch you. All right? Now I'm about to start again. You can sit. Any questions? Yeah? Someone.
Okay, thank you, sir. You differentiated between asset and liability at some point. Then, from your story, you said you had to deny yourself for several years.
Many things, yeah.
Yes, so many things.
And there are many things I'm denying myself now because I have an eye on something else.
And then you got your property. That was your goal.
Yeah.
But a residential property, we cannot say is an asset. It's a liability, actually.
Good point.
So why did you use that route
Good point.
when you would have gotten proper asset?
Okay. You know what we said was an asset puts money in your pocket, and a liability takes money out of your pocket. All right. So the point that he made, my wife will be somewhere now. She'll be nodding like saying, "Yeah." That's what you used to say before. That's what I used to say before. I used to tell them in Odolo that it's stupid to use 60 million to buy a house and be sleeping in it, while you can use that 60 million to do something else. Okay, so this is the additional knowledge that we have acquired in the time. See, there's an emotional component of money. All right? There's an emotional component of money that in many respects is superior to the logical and to the let me say to the logical bits. Okay? So the first answer to that is there is something emotional about owning your own house. It may not make sense financially, but it makes sense emotionally to you. And the thing that it does for you emotionally, it is unquantifiable money wise. That's the first general thing to that. But by the time I bought my house in 2010, I'd worked 9 years by that time. So I wasn't just starting. And I had some investments, I had some things, all right? So that's the first answer. That there are some things that logic, it doesn't make sense. But emotionally, owning your own house, all right, it does something to you emotionally, all right, that cannot be quantified money wise. And all the people who have their house. Pastor, is that something that emotionally, you can't put a money figure on it. It does something for you, and that thing is critical because your emotions are that are far superior to any other thing. That's one. But two, the unique elements of a house is the reason why we say it's not an asset is not adding money to you, it's taking money from your pocket. But this is how owning a house is different. All right. In that, so maybe we bought the house, maybe it was 90 million at that time. And I think it was two. So I and my friend, we bought it. So you come to 45 million in the end each. We just paid 90 million. We bought the house, two wings. I had one, he had one. At that time, this is how a real estate this thing compensates for that. Over the years now, I spend money, do plumbing, do this one, do all of those monies that I spent. Maybe another 10 or 20 million in the 10 years that I've been there. Right? Add it to my 45 million, maybe 65 million. Now, I'm just on the verge of selling it. And now it's 300 million, it's 400 million, it's 500 million. So that real estate has the ability to compensate you for that and put money in your pocket in a way that maybe a car cannot. Do I answer you? Is everybody clear? Okay, so there are two reasons why there are some things that emotionally, you get emotional value from that thing that money can't pay. So just having your own house, there's an emotional thing that it does for you, and you can't quantify, and it will not make sense to anybody else. But for you, it is important, and that is important. It cannot be minimized because it's not logical. That's the first thing. But second, because it's real estate, over the years, it will still turn out okay for you, much more than this. So that 60 million that I spend now, it could produce 500 million easy. All right. So over time, it still makes sense. All right. Question. Yeah. Yeah. That argument, it has been challenged now that you may be better off renting a house than actually owning it. Yeah. That's why I said to you, the thing it does for you is emotional. It is be proven now that renting a house. So that 60 million that time, maybe I rent the house 1 million. I could have put that money into something else to be producing and be paid. So that's why I said it's emotional. The thing that the house does for you, owning your own house, is more emotional, and that emotion cannot be minimized. It is equally as important, if not more important. That's number one. But number two is over time again, it compensates for all of that loss of revenue or anything that you might have had, so that it still turns out into be a great investment. But you know what? It has to be a nice location because the appreciation will not be the same for every area. All right, but it can still pay you. You wanted to ask a question. It's answered. Is it the same question you wanted to ask? The question he asked. Okay. Yeah. Renting might be you might be better off renting a house than buying it. Now, it has been proven that renting a house can be because you can rent lower, you can put the money earning something, and you can still be better. But like, remember what I said, there is an emotional thing that cannot be quantified. And for you, if that is important, go for it. If it is not, rent. All right? Okay. Anybody else? Any question? How are we doing so far? Is everybody good? I can't hear you. I don't know whether you're good. Is everybody good? Okay. Do you have a question? Mike here. I'll answer everybody's question. Any question you have, I'll answer it. If I can't answer,
All right, thank you,
brother
sir.
go is there. Perfect, fine. All of them are here. The answer.
Okay, my second question is about savings you talked about,
Mm-hmm.
then investment, which was number 4.
Mm-hmm.
So we know that, okay, take Nigeria for example,
Mm-hmm.
saving your money, you have to save before you invest.
Yeah.
But saving your money has an effect over time in terms of depreciation, I know. And then you might not have the amount might not be enough for you to do investment when it's time to do it. So how do you
My
manage
answer
that?
to you is you focus on the problem that you can tackle. You can't tackle all your problem at once. You will not be bothered about inflation when you are accumulating capital. Your focus at the initial stages, the savings that you are saving is capital that you are. Will inflation be chopping it down? It is. But that time where you are, your primary focus is accumulation of capital. You can't be focusing on managing inflation. But the thing is, over 5 years, over 10 years, just keeping money in the bank will not pay you. Your goal for saving has to be to move it, some part of it, into investment. All right? That's the answer to that. All right. Any question? Any other? Okay. Someone. Someone give him that one now.
Thank you so much, sir. It has really been an insightful session tonight. So, regarding savings,
Mm-hmm.
where would you recommend that we save our money?
In the bank now.
What kind of? Because banks charges and all of that. So, how best would you? How do we explore the saving options that we have in such a way that you know we are
The,
not
the,
just
the
putting
thing,
money in the bank and then they are taking charges from us and all of that?
I think that you can only deal with some problem at some levels as you're starting. See, the idea that nobody will cheat you or nobody will, that's a fallacy. At some point, you have to pay the price for entering into the game. If you don't pay, you don't enter into the game. So at the moment where you are saving, maybe it's 5,000 or 10,000 or 1,000 or 2,000 that you're starting out with. You probably can't fix it as a deposit or something. But your goal is get it as soon as possible to that amount where you can put into a deposit this thing. And that will take care of that. They don't charge you on deposit now. All right. And what you are saying they charge is they charge you maintenance and all of that. And I don't think those things depend on how much you have in your bank. I think they charge you maintenance just for opening the account. Am I correct? Do they charge maintenance based on the balance in the? No, it's based on you are opening the account. If it's 1,000, they charge everybody 1,000. So except you don't want to open an account, then that's why you avoid that money. But whether you are saving or not, you will still pay that maintenance thing. So long as what's the money for? And they charge based on individual, but I think banks also have a maintenance charge that they charge. All right, so Okay, did I answer you? Okay. Someone wants to ask you.
Yeah, so I have a follow-up question to his. So
Okay.
what about saving in fintechs like PiggyVest and Cowrywise? What do you think about those ones?
See, yeah, I don't know whether those guys are insured by NDIC. If they are, then see the speed that you people use to answer me. Like, don't discourage us from putting our money there. He's there, he's interested. So you have your answer. All right. If they are insured by by NDIC, then they have some coverage. What you need to know is what is the limit of the insurance, how much of your investment of your savings is covered. And then I think that you can do it. All right. All right, Nick. All right. Can we go? Can we go on? Can we go on? All right. So final session today is we're going to be exploring why many people don't become wealthy. All right. What stands in the way? Why do people work hard, work honestly, work sincerely, toil, slave, do all of those things, and they still end up in the situation that they are in? But before we go ahead, all right, if you are born poor, what? If you are born poor, what? If you die poor, okay. By the time we finish, this thing will be in you people's head. All right. You must know that thing, that you are able to make a difference in your own life, regardless of your situation or birth. All right. And that's what you should be focused on. That's what you should be trying to recreate or change. All right. If you are born poor, you can't blame yourself for it. Blame your parents, blame society, blame anything. All right. But going forward, all right, if you end up poor, all right, that will hold you responsible fully for that. Because the fact that you are born poor doesn't mean that you have to end poor. All right. So many of you, everybody needs to focus on this. All right. Doing something else, being able to do something else. All right. And the first observation or the first question I had, why do many people cause the effect? All right. But they nourish the cause. We see that everywhere. People don't like the effect, but they'll be pouring water on the cause. All right? Why people be complaining? All right? Somebody will be struggling, struggling, struggling. The next thing you know, they are having another child. You tell them, they say it's the blessing of God. Okay. If that blessing of God comes with hardship, you manage it and be rolling with it. No, you don't want that. Many people persist in doing something. They don't like the effect, but they will continue to that you do that are well producing, and you become poor by things that you do that are poverty producing. Does that make sense? The bad thing about poverty is it needs no plan. It just happens automatically. To be poor, you don't need to do anything. Just stay the way you are, just be living life, just be vibing, just be going ahead. You are guaranteed of one thing. That's poverty. It needs no assistance. You know the passage in the Bible says that a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands. That's poverty comes with it, like a armed bandit. Poverty is ruthless. Money is shy. You have to cut it. But poverty will come on you like an armed bandit. It will wear you like clothes. So that's why the last time we did all those planning, all those articulation and all of that. Because, when you don't have that, automatically you have triggered the process of ending up living a poor life. The ownership of money and property comes as a result of doing things in a certain way. There's some things that you have to do. And was it Simon? The guy that Jesus sent Peter to was Simon. Was that his name? Was it Simon or Simeon? The guy that Jesus, that they sent, Peter saw that vision that he had to go to meet him now. It was Cornelius, okay? It was Cornelius. Because the guy did things in a certain way, what happened? It was like, this guy can't end up in a certain way. He has qualified for everything. He probably is not aware of it. We have to intervene. All right? There's a certain way. If you do that way, whether you're a Christian or not, he will deliver to you. And if you don't do it in that certain way, it doesn't matter what you are, you will end up with the one assured this thing. All right? And you have to, and I've been saying this all day. You have to make up your mind if you want to make money or you want to make sense. All right? What does mutual exclusivity mean? They cannot coexist. They can't happen together. So you have to choose whether I want to make sense. You'll be romancing your sense and be going along with it. If you want to make money, you have to choose that. And most of the things that you need to do will not make sense to other people, but those other people are already not making money. So the thing that makes sense to them doesn't make money. The people that you are trying to impress are already in somebody. Beware of the naked man that offers you a shirt. Why? Why is that a good counsel? Because you're trying to first cure his own nakedness before he will be thinking of you. Poor people always offer the best advice about how you get rich. They will have the best counsel. And some of those people might be your parents. They'll be telling you what you need to do and all of that. You're looking at them. Listen, why didn't you do it? It's what we call counterintuitive. It's opposite to the way many people think, the way you make money, the things you need to do. All right? No one is kept poor because other people are gatekeeping. You are the only one that can keep yourself or gatekeep yourself. You are not poor because somebody else is rich. Nobody has monopolized the means of getting rich. You are the only one disqualifying yourself. There's nobody doing anything to you, not your uncle, not your brother, not your mother, not your parent, nobody. Remember what we said. If you die poor, you're what? That's your fault. That's nobody's fault. That's nobody's doing. That's something that we lay squarely at what? At your feet. It's a danger that you have created for yourself. It's a situation that you have entirely of your own creation. Many of you will be looking at jobs. Maybe if this guy has taken me abroad, if this guy has paid, but nobody is gatekeeping you. You have God, you have everything. All right. So I will go now into some of the reasons why people don't become wealthy. All right. And number one reason why many people are not rich and why many people will not become wealthy is what? Poor education. And when I say poor education, I'm not saying that they didn't go to university. Poor education about money. Doesn't matter whether you have a PhD or not, you can still be poorly educated concerning money. I'll go back to our family phone again. You saw that bit where it was explained to Afam how Igbo people come into a place and the understanding of business. He says they go into a place, they can tell what kind of business will move here and what will not move. And he says if you go into a place and you don't see any Igbo man there, you know that there is nothing here. Not for your dear life. But and the guy says when the Danladi brother guy came to him, said because I didn't go to university, you think I'm a fool. Going to university doesn't have anything to do with money. One of the delusions that we have is the idea that, you know, if I go to university and I'm educated, I'll become rich. No, but the reward for your education in university is your certificate. It has nothing to do with money. You go to school, they give you the certificate. Finish. Making money is a completely different terrain and a completely different work. So when I say poor education, I'm not talking about the illiterate. You can be educated, university, and be illiterate concerning money. And many are illiterate concerning money. That's why many don't make money. All right? A person can be highly educated, professionally successful, but you are still financially illiterate because you are in trouble. I said to you, most of the people who work in bank are in debt. Most of bankers up to the senior level, most of the EDs, most of them, if they leave their job today, they will be in trouble because they're living in a house that the bank bought, the bank is spoiling, the bank is paying diesel, the bank is doing generator and all of that. Most of those people don't have the means to sustain that lifestyle without their job. So you can be professionally successful, you can attain the highest level, highest height in your career and all of that, but you are still financially illiterate. And a businessman will be, whether Igbo, whether Hausa, because every one of those tribes have different businesses that they are fairly advanced in. All right? It might be illiterate, but in that business, he understands the business, the nut and bolt of that business. He understands how to make money. He will be thriving while you, with your theory, your economics, this thing and all of that, you are not getting any way ahead in life. You are just making a high income and you are living high. You are not becoming wealthy. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I need to be hearing back from you guys. All right? And understand that if your financial intelligence is low, if your understanding of money is low, all right, money will always run over you. If you don't understand money, you don't understand everything will look like an opportunity. I go back to that Afamefuna theme, all right? And when the Danladi brothers came to him and offered him that proposition, and Odogu was able to say no. All right. When Paul went to ask him, he said something. Who remembers what he said? He said, when you marry a monkey for his money, the money will finish, but the monkey will remain. He was able to figure out that this thing that these people are offering me, there's something else behind it. But Paul, because his financial intelligence, at that time he was saying, why did you not take this opportunity and all of that? And the first chance he had, he went back to them to take the money, and he got into trouble in the end. When your financial intelligence is low, money will be smarter than you. And when money is smarter than you just be running all over the place for money. So understand that money education is more valuable, all right, than money itself. Because if you are not educated and you make money, you are going to lose the money anyway. In the long run, the education you get about money is more valuable to you than anything else. All right. And the qualification to be rich is you have to be financially literate. And it has nothing to do with your level of schooling. It has absolutely nothing to do with your level of schooling. Money, understand it. All right? Money, understand it. Because if you are not, you'll be run ragged, all right, by it. All right? That money intelligence will solve problems, will produce money for you. All right? Any money you make without being financially intelligent is money you will soon lose. Because as you will learn, and I'm going to speak about it, understand that when you come into money, there are 1 million people who are cooking up scheme for how they will rob you of that money. They will come with all kinds of propositions, attractive schemes. And you, because you are attracted by excessive returns, promise of returns, you will easily walk into it. Whereas Odogu can sit down and say, you take me for a fool because I didn't go to school. But I understand more than you think. And not do it. But somebody else will run into it. All right. So it's important. Number 2, we come to lifestyle again. All right. What are we talking about? The reason why many people don't become wealthy. One is because how many know that the things that we have spoken about today, did they teach you in school? Did you discuss it at home? No. And that's why people struggle. And that's why something becomes generational, because we are passing on bad habits to bad learning and everything, and we will still be getting the same results. So it's not surprising the results that we are getting, because we are doing absolutely everything that the people before us have done. So we will end up in the same place. The way some of you are looking at me like magic, like, why didn't I know this before? But it doesn't matter the time that has gone. If we start today to do new things, we will start to produce new results. All right? Does that make sense? So number 2, number 2 reason why people struggle, why they don't become financially wealthy, is lifestyle. Again, all right? If lifestyle came up as a poor money habit, it's coming up now as a reason why, something that stands in your way. All right? That lifestyle is about appearance. All right? Appearance, building everything around, possession, status symbol, all of those things can be your undoing in the end. The need to prove to people, to show to people that I'm making progress, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. You want to do a big wedding, you want to trade, you want to dress in a certain way, you want to wear things, you want to do things. Before you are ready, that urge to show to people, all right, is the undoing of many of us. Remember what we said about contentment. Contentment does not mean you are satisfied. What does it mean? It means you have a good attitude while you are working your way out of something. And that's why the Bible says godliness with contentment is great gain. All right? The ability to maintain a good frame while you are working to get what you want is incredibly useful. All right? But many of us don't have it because, yeah, we have to satisfy, we have to show, we have to prove to people that we're okay. We have to wear this, we have to celebrate this, we have to do this. All right? It is the eye of others that is destroying us. And this guy says, if everybody was blind, you won't care. You won't care. If people won't see what you are wearing, if people can't see where you live, if people can't, none of those things will bother you anymore. But because you want them to see you in a certain way, that is why you are getting into a lot of the problems that you're getting into. So what you have to do is, with their eyes, you have to blind them by yourself, consciously. You have to not care about them. We care too much. We pay attention too much to what people think, what people say, what people do. All right? Yeah. Majority of us will be in the situation that we are in. We will struggle. Why? Because we are too conscious, all right, and too careful and too mindful of the opinion of others and what their influence is on us. All right? If you cared less about what people say or what people do or what people think, if you focus, if you have your goals articulated and you focus, you narrow down on attaining them and not care about, what people are doing or what people are saying, you will make tremendous progress. Your life will turn out far better, all right, than most of us are experiencing at the moment. Does that make sense? All right? Lifestyle is a huge problem. All right? That inability to control our appetite. All right? That inability to control our consumption. That urge to give in to everything, to want to do everything, to want to be everything. To wear the clothes, to live in, to do all of those things. Everything that has to do with appearance. There's a time for everything. And when you try to do something too quickly before you are ready, that's how people get into trouble. And I'll speak about that this evening, this morning, as I speak about in some of the other distance. The pressure that people put you under, or that you put yourself under because of people. All right, to live up to their expectation, their hope, and all of that. When you pay too much attention to that, all right, when you are not able to control your appetite, what you want, what you're doing, all right, we get into trouble. All right, know that your necessary expenses will always, as we said before, all right, always attain to that level. Lifestyle is something that you have to control, or it will destroy you. All right, if you have that inability to wait for until the time is necessary, until the time is right, that's investment and spend later. If you master that, you get ahead. If you struggle to master that, where you spend first, you want to invest later, you end up going nowhere. Yeah. Please pay attention to me because this one is going to be very, very tough. I'm going to say some things here that are tough. Because what I'm saying is, another reason why people don't get wealthy is what? Because of their family and their friends. And your family loves you. They care about you. It can be your parents, it can be your children, it can be your spouse, it can be your husband. They like you. They love you and all of that. But still, it doesn't stop them. They can be obstacles still to you becoming wealthy. All right? And the first way they can be that is what we have said all day. Because they transfer to you the poor habits that they have about money, and you take them on and you pass them on as well. So that way, that is one of the most destructive things that families do for us. Because we learn poor money habits, we learn the poor things, the bad things, the all of that from them, and we replicate that. And that is what causes generational whatever you want to call it. That's the biggest way that families, all right, can get in the way of you becoming this thing. Because there are not enough families, all right, that are financially intelligent and literate that can teach you the right things. And so what you do is you observe them, you learn all of the bad habits from them, and then you just replicate it as well. And that becomes, something that hinders us. All right? Proverbs 11:16. All right? It says, a gracious woman retains honor, but ruthless men retain riches. When it comes to family and friends, there's a safe. The person who is going to have money and keep it, there's a certain kind of ruthlessness that you need to have, all right, to be that. Remember the example that I gave you of somebody who wins the lottery. All right, one of the things that destroys them totally, they lose the ability to function, is the multiple requests coming from families that you never knew existed will come up from everywhere, and they completely paralyze you because there is no end. Your parents, your siblings, your friends that you grew up with, everybody will be laying claim on you. And because your wealth growing hasn't been gradual, you haven't developed the necessary muscles to enable you to make those kind of decisions. You become permanently paralyzed. And African families are blackmail is one of the most effective or one of the most used weapon of African families. Except it's not just my breast that you sucked. No, when they start that, they have layered on you heavy blackmail. They want to get you to do something that you ordinarily not do. Except it's not this breast that you suck. You now like, okay, they now start to manipulate you. Or except it's not the same breast that we sucked. Those are who will say that. Your siblings. Everybody has his own scam that they will run on you. Ruthless men retain riches. If you're not, there's a certain kind of ruggedness, a hardness that you have to come to, not wickedness, to be able to dimension everybody's problem and everybody's situation and to tell everybody, chill. If you desire to help your friend or your family, your number one challenge is what? That they do not bring their burden and land it on your head, which is what most African families are gifted at doing. All right? They will transfer that burden, that problem, they land it on your head. And because you are not sophisticated, you are not developed enough, you are not ruthless, David, how do African families stand in the way? They want to do a wedding. It might be your wedding, it might be your sibling's wedding. And it must be a certain level, it must be a certain way, it must be a certain thing. Money. They want to do the remembrance of your grandfather that died many years ago. What? Money. Your parents will call you and talk to you about your sibling that you have been counseling before that refuses your counsel. But they'll tell you, it's your brother, it's this, it's your sister. You cannot leave him doing this again. Money from you. They will phone you. My sister, your mom or your dad, their sister, their brother, their sibling needs something. Something needs to happen. They need to go to the village to do something. Money. Your cousin, this is your cousin. He needs to go to school. He needs to do this thing. He needs to do that. Money. Very many of the things that we do, yeah, they want to celebrate birthday. You know, it's 80 years. It's memorable. It's a landmark. This is a milestone. Money. So what you will increasingly find is you are saving your money jejely, hoping for it to become something so that you can invest it. But they are piling up all of these problems every time you will go into that money to solve that thing. You have gone back again. Oh, you start, you know, is that fella song? ODOO. Do you guys know that? Overtake, don't overtake, overtake. Every time you save your money small, inflation will, government will do something. They will increase the price of that thing. You save and save and save again. Something will happen. The price will increase. You will just keep doing that thing. Your hand will never attain it. Sometimes it's your children. Children that should have left you. They should have been living their own life, doing their own thing. But you will 35 years, 30 years, 40 years, you will still find yourself supporting them. So the money that you should be rocking in your retirement, you still be supporting adult children. And your friends. Every one of us will have friends that won't make it. Their problem is what you'll be carrying. You saw Paul, you stole my destiny. Because of that, I must kill you with this thing. I owe 300 million, pay. I want to throw party, pay. I just need money for general soft life. You be paying. So anybody who doesn't have the ability, the ruthlessness to determine what is useful, what is important, what is setting you back, you always keep running behind because other people will carry their problems and be bringing onto you. Does that make sense? Yeah. And that's the reason why many people will never get ahead. Parents will enter into debt for you to come and pay. They want to throw party, they want to do something. They will always keep asking. Your father will be 80 years this year, you do party. 2 years' time, your mother is 80. They still want to do party. Everything. You need to come to a level where you like, okay, you people are on your own parole. Me, I'm running a different parole. If you don't have the ability to cut through BS and focus and let people know you for what you will do and what you won't do and make your this thing. But everything that I'm saying, does that mean that we don't have a responsibility to our parents? We have a responsibility to them and to our children. But there's a difference between being responsible and there's a point when each one of those people can become irresponsible. And that irresponsibility, you are the person funding it. And that's the point that you should resist. During my wedding, I told my mom, I'm not doing any party. I'm not doing anything. I'm not finished in church. I'm gone. The man said, okay. Then later, my friends were telling me that Momsi called them, that there is a Shwebi. Okay, well played. So I called the woman sparking. That did you not have this conversation? Did I not? She shut me up by saying, did I ask you for money? I said, okay, that we are clear. I just wanted to be sure that our understanding is clear. She was running the party. She believes that the money she will spend, she will make it back. No money is my own this thing is no money is coming from my pocket. I'm okay. Anybody that wants to buy a Shebi should buy any party you want to do. So the party, any money they spend you, I'm happy for. If they spend me money self, I will still give you. Take and go. The important thing is this thing that you want to do, it is not going to be on my. I will agree. Okay. I tell my friend, you people should pay their schedule. This is one I want to do party. All I'm required to do is I come to your house in the evening. I can come to your house in the evening so that the party will be. They will see what they're doing party for. Yeah, it's important that you draw the line. A few years ago, my brother and my mom were doing whatever they were doing. And I told them, this thing that you want to do there, they told me I shouldn't bother about it. I shouldn't put my mouth in it. It doesn't concern me. I said, yeah, okay. They dropped. My mother called again to tell me that my brother has wound her. She called again to tell me that that thing that we said now, I should leave it the way I shouldn't intervene in it. I shouldn't. I said, okay. But this thing that you people want to do, I hope you people are not doing it on the basis that I'm the one who will find. They said, no, they don't need anything from me. Again, okay, fair deal. Within a week, maybe I'm having this conversation on Saturday or Sunday, like Friday or Thursday, they were calling me. That thing that they have done, it has now boomeranged on them. They're now saying, oh, I like me. Me. I should bring for. Was I not clear? Did you people not tell me to shut my mouth? I should not intervene in it. You guys should carry it now. I boned. They called everybody. Called my wife. Talk to this. It doesn't concern me. The thing that you are hoping that I will come and finance something that was stupid that you guys were going to do. And I was telling you guys not to do it. You were telling me that it doesn't concern me. I kept quiet. Now you people have created the trouble. You know what they say? A crippled man creates trouble for what? The two-legged to carry. I said, I refuse. I boned them. I traveled to the US. My brother lives in LA. I went to San Francisco, which is like for 5 minutes. I didn't tell anybody. Called my wife, tell her I boned that this thing you people did on my head. Never. In the end, after they have spoken to me, I sent them $200. They were disappointed. I'm like, how much are you people expecting? Me. I should come and give you like 2,000 or 3,000. For what? Did I send you people message? Because your parents, they know how they can get things off you. And once my mom had never seen me refuse her anything before. So she was confident that my brother would push her and then she would come and talk. She said, they know that it's Ayo now. When mom talks to him, I bone them. Because it's necessary sometimes to establish something that what you people are doing, you are not going to get in your own way of moving ahead. So families can become problem like that. It can be children also can stop their parents from becoming wealthy. But the important thing is if you are going to be a wealthy person, the Bible says ruthless men retain wealth. Ruthless men. There's a certain kind of ruthlessness. You have to be tough, on your friends, some of your friends, childhood friends, and all of that. Everybody will come and use emotional blackmail. You have to be in a position to resist that. All right? Number 4, and we had this conversation already. Why many is people don't understand assets and liabilities. People take liabilities as assets, and people don't understand what liabilities are. And that conversation that we had about a house and all of that, I think that he explained all of that. But no, rich people are always buying assets, all right? Poor people are always acquiring liabilities, right? Things that take money out of them, things that require maintenance all the time. Rich people are always investing in things that add money to them. Poor people are always investing in things that take money away from them. Just understand that, all right? Assets represent something that you own, and liabilities something that you owe, all right? But the other qualities of a true asset is it generates income. It puts money in your pocket, all right? And it requires very little maintenance, all right? So that's the difference. One asset, the same asset is possible that is a liability, and for someone else can be an asset, like as described. A car. Somebody is using car for Uber is an asset. If you are driving your own car for yourself for pleasure, is a liability, all right? And I've explained the house one, how even though there's not daily money, the appreciation on the asset can very well compensate you for what you do. So understanding what you're doing, very many of us are acquiring liabilities, like your iPhone. Is it an asset or a liability? Is it an asset or a liability? Yeah. Eh? But it can be an asset. All these influencers, all these social media people, all these people, but you know what we said about yourself. You are the easiest person to deceive. You can buy that phone and it's not doing anything for you, but you convince yourself that it's an asset, that I want to do social media, I want to be an, but it's only you, you are deceiving yourself. All right? So understand the difference. People who struggle in life don't get a hang of that. They always mistake, you know, liabilities for assets. All right? But keep in your mind, assets put money in your pocket. All right? And liabilities generate expenses. That's just a simple assets put money in your pocket. All right? And liabilities are a problem for you. All right? And I've explained to you how owning a house can put money in your pocket still. All right? If you do the right one, you can put money in your pocket. All right? If you want to be rich, right? Spend your life buying assets. All right? Don't buy liabilities. Spend your time, buying assets. Invest in things that are moving you ahead, not in the appearance of moving ahead, but that actually moving you ahead. All right? Is that a point that is well made? All right? Are we still together? Uh, Nudge some people around you who are weak. All right? Nudge some people who are around you who are weak. Sorry, it's been a long night, but we're almost getting there. We are in our last hour now. All right? What does aversion mean? Risk aversion. What does aversion mean? Something that you avoid at all costs. All right? So when I say risk aversion, what does that mean? Avoid risk. Another reason why many people don't become rich is what? They do everything they can to avoid risk. And that's why his question was important. You're just saving money and inflation and everything else is killing you. But because you are afraid, you don't want to put the money at risk in your mind, let me hold on to the money. And that aversion to risk keeps you from becoming wealthy. Because return, profit is a reward for what? For risk. All right? Zero risk, zero return. You know? Low risk, low return. High risk, high return. All right? That's the relationship between risk and money. Risk return, risk return, risk return. If you want high return, you take high risk. If you want low return, if you want no return, you take no risk. All right? That's that. So risk aversion is another reason. People like to play it safe. All right? Play it safe. All right? They take no risk. They don't take a risk with they will never change job. Most of us, the first job we get, you define your career around that job. It's not something that you set out to be or that you want, that you desire, but it just happened to be the first job you got. And then you now frame your entire life around that thing. And you won't go anywhere, you won't look anywhere, you won't do anything. That industry might even be changing and dying. You just stick with one, you take no risk with anything. All right. If you're a businessman, you don't take any risk. You are not following the trends in your sector. You're not expanding. You're not growing. You're not trying anything new. You just want to keep it safe. When you play it safe too much, you remember, you get a return is the reward you get for taking risk. If you take no risk, you amount to that quote says to us, a take no risk situation is you do nothing. All right. You be nothing. You amount to nothing, and you nothing in the end. All right. The reason most people don't win, all right, is the pain of losing is far greater than the joy of being rich. Do you understand this quote? Some people are playing the game in life to not lose, not to win. Is there a difference? When you play not to lose, is there a difference between playing to win? What's the difference? So it's like it's like a soccer game. You are playing for a draw. You don't want to win. You just want a draw. It's completely different from when you want to win, you are going out to win. And when you want to win, and you see this happen all the time, when you go out to win, you take more risk. And the guy who just wants to defend to get a draw can counter attack you and expose you. Do you get that? But so 7 out of 10 times, the guy who wants to win goes out and gets something done. All right, but the guy who just wants, you don't want to lose. All right, you are not trying to achieve anything. You just want to maintain. status quo. That's how most people are living life. They're not. That's why they won't try anything. They won't do anything. They won't undertake anything. They won't explore anything. They just don't want to lose. The sadness, the sorrow of losing to them is much more higher than the possibility of experiencing the joy of winning. So they just don't want to lose. They don't mind not winning, no, but they just don't want to lose. And that's a very poor way to live your life. If you live to not lose, it's a miserable way to live because you never experience the joy that comes from not winning. Not losing, the pain of losing is greater for you than the possible joy that you might get from winning. And that's a dangerous situation to be. But that's how most of us have set up our life. We just want to be safe. We just want to maintain. We just want the status quo to continue as it is. All right? Yeah. And people can build their safety and their security on someone else. So they build their security on somebody's job. And that's why if they don't take the job, everything now collapses for you. But while you have the job, it looks like everything is okay. You are getting promoted, you are making ahead, you are buying house, you are doing all of that. But the risk is you are relying entirely on someone else for your security, and that's a very dangerous thing to do. All right? We've said this before. You risk nothing, you do nothing, you have nothing, and you are nothing in the end. All right? So the excessive aversion to risk, it might appear to be safe, but it's very dangerous, as Bill Gates says. All right, if you are not taking risks, especially if you are not taking them early, later your market will penalize you. All right, you will decline significantly in the market. So it's important for every single one of us to make sure that in all that we are doing, all right, you keep yourself experiencing new things. And yeah, in Odulowo I said it, and I've just said it here as well. All right, the word to us is come. All right, it means we must venture, we must try things, we must experience. Otherwise, you won't walk on water. All right, you'll be stuck in the boat. You won't walk on water. You won't experience new things. All right. Number 6, why people don't move ahead. Because of procrastination. What does procrastination mean? Tomorrow. That's why most of us end up where we are. We keep, leaving it for a better time. A better time tomorrow when I have enough. There are 1,001 reasons why you will keep leaving something for later. For procrastination, it has a heavy toll on success. All right, because you fail to, what that passage we read that says, now is used 1,200 times in the Bible, and later is used 83 times. So there's a benefit to doing something now, all right, but postponing it and delaying it, it takes a heavy toll. Remember what I've said, and I'll prove it to you either next month or the month after. It's time that makes people rich, no money, all right? And so when you procrastinate, you're killing time, all right? Procrastination is very expensive, know that, all right? Every day that you are waiting, every hour that you delay, it's like money you could make, you're burning it up, all right? Just picture that every day, because I said to you, if money is working for you, money doesn't go on leave, money doesn't take a break, money is working constantly. So when you procrastinate, you are holding back that money from working, and it's costing you a lot. So keep in your mind that analogy, that procrastination is costing you a lot. And the sad part is procrastination makes things harder. All right? Because the problems don't vanish, they don't disappear. All right? You can postpone it, you can delay it, but when it returns harder, it returns more complex, it returns more punishing. All right? Every time. As you push it forward, You are pushing it for when it comes back harder. Every time it comes back, it's harder, it's more difficult. All right, so you think that you can procrastinate and avoid. No, what you're doing is you're just making whatever the task is, you're just making it more difficult. The stuff that you guys can do now to become wealthy, maybe you need to be investing 1,000 naira every month, and you become, and I'll prove it. Yeah, anybody who is now 50, who is trying to do it, may need like 500,000 to get to the same place that 1,000 will help you to get to, because simply because you started earlier than them. All right, we will demonstrate this when the time comes. Procrastination, it fertilizes difficulties. All right, it fertilizes difficulties. It makes difficulties more difficult. All right, it gives life to them. It nourishes them. It makes them more difficult, more complex, more unbearable, more intolerable. That's what procrastination does for you. And many people have gotten to this point because they have procrastinated. If you talk to your parents, you talk to old people, there are many things that they wish they had done earlier. They didn't do it because there seems to be a better time. All right, but that better time never appears. All right, do or do not. There is no try. All right, go ahead and do it. All right, whatever it is that you pick up now, do it. Don't is do or do not. There is no try. I will try to. I try to do it, or you don't do it. All right, there is no try. All right, and just this simple this thing. If you imbibe this, you know what the Nike this thing says. Just do it. All right, just do it. Just it may not be perfect at the start, but just do it. You are certainly making more progress than somebody who doesn't do anything. Number 7, didn't catch up. This happens because people have procrastinated. So what do they try to do? They try to overcompensate for like now that we're speaking, something that you should have done 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Now you are learning. Now you want to what? You want to bridge the gap of that. You want to fast track everything, and in the course of that, you will do what? You will get into more trouble because now you will be taking on excessive risk. All right, you will now create more problems for yourself. Health and finances need to be cared for when we are what? When we are young, not when we are old. All right, you need to start early, and early for you might be today. You may be 40, you may be 50, but this is the earliest you are hearing about these things. This is the earliest for you. All right? This is the earliest for you. So it's to start it. And for you guys that are 20 something, man, get going. All right? Get going. Understand that money, all right? Money will come to the person who follows the principles and the laws that are applied to it. Anybody who is tempted by the allure of excessive gain and return, all right, is likely to lose his money. All right. So because time has gone, now you are like, I don't need savings, invest this thing. I don't need stock. I need something. That's how you fall into Nospecto and all of these guys who offer usurious rate of return, 60% per day or per month or something. You get into all of these things because now what? Time has gone. You are trying to bridge a gap. But what you are doing is you are falling into a bigger hole than you were already because of the things that you'll be doing. All right? Yeah, anybody who is trying to force money to impossible earnings, or you are, taken in by the promises of tricksters and all of that, you will soon lose whatever it is that you have gathered because you are trying to force the money to do what is impossible. And this is Brother Ogo will probably know some of these people. Oil company people, when they get to a time where the office pays them off, then they come into a large sum of money. And then people start offering them all kinds of schemes and this thing. And because many of them are not sophisticated, they tend to, you know, just fall into the hands of all kinds of shady this thing. And the advice I would give to people, it's better to do nothing. All right? It's better to do nothing with your money than something that you don't understand. It's better to be creating your 2% savings than to put it chasing 40, 50% this in something that you don't understand. All right? Understand this. No matter how hard you work for your money, there is someone out there whose only work is planning how he will take that money from you. And this is why many people are not smart. You come into a large sum of money, 500 million, 600, 700, you have never come into that sort of money at once before. You know what? There's somebody who is spending day and night cooking up a scheme that he will sell to you that will dispossess you of that money. So your eagerness to try to bridge the gap, people will come to me all the time. What can I invest in that will produce, double this? And like, if I know, you think you'll be the first person out there. Now they have lost time. Time has gone. They don't have the patience. They don't have. It is that eagerness they now fall into the hands of scammers, and then people's life get destroyed because now they don't have a steady job anymore. The money that was given to them, they have frittered it away. They have bought filling station. They have put it in real estate that people are taking their money. The building is not completed. All manner of things they have done. They've done stuff that they didn't understand. They were just attracted by the promise of, excessive return, and they fall into it. All right. Number 8, a failure to take responsibility. Why people don't get ahead? Why people don't make it? Why people are not wealthy? A failure to take responsibility. What did we say? If you are born poor, that's not your fault. All right? If you die poor, so you have to take responsibility for your situation. All right? Just take responsibility. You're either a master or a slave. Take responsibility. That inability to own up, to saying I'm in charge, I'm in control, I'm accountable or responsible for whatever outcome I produce. That's a failing of most people. Most people will blame everybody else except themselves. They blame condition, they blame government, they blame effects, they blame everything else, but they can't see themselves, what they have done. All right? And what we say is, underneath that excuse, your destiny is buried there. Under the excuse that you are giving, that's the graveyard of your destiny. And if you rid yourself of that excuse, your destiny comes alive. You have to have the ability to take responsibility. You are not inconsequential. All right? You are important. A willingness to accept full responsibility, all right, for where you are in life is a sign of adulthood. Unfortunately, many adults don't even have this. That ability to look at yourself and say, it's me that screwed up. It's me that didn't do the things I should do. It's me that failed to do what I should do. It's not the school that you went or you didn't go to. It's nothing. It's you. You're only holding yourself accountable. All right. In many cases, is the first and most important thing that you need to begin to make a change for your situation and for your life. All right. Am I clear? Right. And when you make a mistake and you make an excuse, what are you doing? You're making two mistakes. All right. What we said is people get penalized harder for what they do to cover up an error that they have done than for the original error that they committed. All right? If you make a mistake and you make an excuse, what you are doing is you're making two mistakes. All right. Do we want to do that? Do we want to do that? You people are tired. All right. But we want to avoid that. That's what we don't want to do. All right. And many people who don't get wealthy, who don't get rich, but they think somebody can lose weight for them. So I will be the one jogging. You will be the one losing weight. You'll be eating anything. You think that somebody else can lose weight for you, and that's how most people are who don't get ahead financially. Because they want somebody else to do the work for them. They fail to take care. Oh, government, if government is right, if FX is stable, if only we could get job, if only I had a better education, if only my parents were rich, if only I was born in London or somewhere, if only I could, if something else will happen for you to get the result. All right? Is that going to happen? Can somebody lose weight for you? You're going to have to do the running. You're going to have to lift the weight. If you want to see the result, it has to be you. Nobody is going to lose weight for you. Right? Number 9, why people don't get wealthy. And for you guys, it's important now because it should be one of the things that you are putting into consideration as you're about to get or start to getting married. You should understand the effect that a husband or a wife can have on your ability to accumulate money. All right? Very important. It is impossible for a family to accumulate wealth if one person in that family is a high consumer and the other person, it takes only one person. All right? If one person is a high consumer, all right, in just that one unit, it doesn't have to be the two of them. Just one person is a high consumer. It will be extremely difficult for that family to acquire. Because whatever one person is doing, the other person's actions will be counteracting it. If it's your husband that is a high consumer, it doesn't matter what you are doing as a wife, how much you are earning, how much you guys are, it will always be draining. And if is your wife and you are a man trying to, whatever it is, man or woman, if one of you is a high consumer, all right, and so how is that important for you? You guys, as you are doing, check, all right, let that be one of the things that you are looking out for. Somebody who just wants to spend, who just wants to be on social media, who wants to be showing off and doing all of that, whether they can afford it or not, you know. And I'm going to speak about this maybe next year or something. Absolutely every woman should have his own money, as every man as well. Nobody should be marrying anybody because, yeah, one of the stories that we don't want to be hearing anymore is, I married you when you were poor, but you were also poor. Did I marry you as a rich person? All right, we don't want to be hearing that anymore. Let everybody work for his own money and let everybody be growing together. All right, because that's important as you go along in life. All right, yeah, because your spouse, the two people will have to be working together to make something happen. All right, and a household that is divided in terms of financial orientation, somebody is financially literate and somebody is not, you always end up in problem, arguments, fighting over everything. Because somebody wants to do something else, somebody wants to go another way. All right, it be a constant battle. School you should send children to, how many children you should have, where you should vacation, where you should stay, where you want to live, what cars you will drive. How many know that these issues are splitting many families today? All right, because one person wants to do something, the other person is focused on accumulating. All right, and it becomes quite a problem. Number 10. All right. Living a conflict. How can somebody live a conflict? How can somebody live a conflict? This is how people live in conflict. How many of you now have goals? You have written down. You have goals. Let me see your hand. All right. You have your goals. You have stated what you want to do, what you want to achieve. All right. But you find yourself doing everything contrary to that. Do you understand? You say that you want to be this, you want to be that. But when it comes to saving money, you can't. When it comes to consumption, you are consuming, you are buying liabilities, you are doing everything. But you have your goal. You have your desire, you have your expression of, when you live in a conflict, as most people do, especially in church, most people are living in conflict. They have something that they have desired, but they are not willing for their actions. Their actions don't back up their desired goal or their desires. They are always contrary to each other. You want to do this, but you are doing that. All right. And this guy says the test is for us to consider many options and to still be able to function. Some people are paralyzed. Those guys, the lottery winners, I said to you, they're paralyzed by the complexities of the things that they have to deal with because they were not gradual in building up their financial muscle. So everything comes to them at once. They can't take it. All right. And very many of humans are paralyzed by the different people don't understand and don't know how because they some people are like, how can you do a wedding without reception? Some people have been thinking about that now, like, how did you do that? How did you do wedding, no wedding cake? This kind of things will paralyze some people. They genuinely want to be this, but they think that these other things, there is no way for me to manage it, or it's just a constant conflict. Um, Pastor Faye was chatting with me earlier. It will be yesterday morning. She was chatting with me about somebody in Odolo who months ago asked her, can you tell me some courses where I can get courses and training so that I can pay and join? She said she replied to the guy that you don't even have to pay. Look at these two sites, they offer courses for free and you can get development and all of that. And that was it. This was maybe, she said, February or something. So she is there this morning just following up with the person to check how is your course going. And the person said, I don't know why I've been so lazy to do this thing. And she was like, no, you are not lazy. What you are doing is your why is not strong. The reason why you want that thing is not strong enough. All right. And that's why you're not doing it. And when people live in conflict, fundamentally it is that what the why for what they want to do is not strong enough to help them to ward off all of those things. The reason why I won't react when my friend says, do you want to inherit this house? And I will have gone and go and rent a house to prove that I don't want to inherit the house. The reason I didn't react that way is because I was clear what I wanted to do and I understood it and it was strong for me. But many people, many people struggle with that. So they desire, they wish they could do this thing, but they just can't. They said they did, but their mother comes and changes their mind. Their wife comes and changes their mind. Their husband comes and changes their mind. Their sibling comes and cry and do and changes their mind. Their cousins come and changes their mind. Something, they always tell them a story, something to do, and you find yourself doing opposite the things that don't help you in achieving what you set out to do. All right. And most of it is generally, you are listening to people, you're caring about people, you're concerned about people. That's generally what causes this thing. You know what you want, but what changes your mind? Why do you behave opposite? Because of consideration for people. Other people tell you, oh, it's not possible. Do you know how many people told us it's not possible? Didn't even follow anybody to be gisting what I planned. They just came there, they found it. Because if I was telling them that there is no deception, they'll be trying to convince. I didn't follow anybody to tell it. When you come to church, whatever you see, take. Go to your house. I'm going to my house. End of story. All right. But when you listen to people excessively, that's what you find yourself. You know you desire something, but your actions are completely opposite to this. You are not allocating your money, your energy, your time. You are not allocating it to the things that will further that thing that you have stated as your aim. You have your aim, but everything that you are doing is taking you opposite away from that. And that's why many people end up where they are. You have two girls. Your mother comes and cry on you that you should try for a boy. You know that two children is what you can comfortably do. My mother said, yeah, because my mother said she cried, she did it, she did it. I couldn't say no to her. All right. So now you instead of having two daughters, you have three. You now have three daughters. Yeah, you still that I know. Maybe it's the fourth one. The fourth time is a charm. You still try again. You still have a girl again. All right. So listening to people, being convinced by people, being that most times is what causes us to have a this thing. And he says here, having goals that's important, but it's not necessarily as important if everything that you are doing is not helping you to get to them. So everything you're doing has to be enhancing the possibility of you building wealth. All right. And not going along with the crowd is one of the hardest things in life. But if you don't have the ability, if you don't have that ability to stick to your own plan, to stick to your own ground, to stick to your own goal, if you don't have that kind of ruthlessness, you are not going to make it. Whether it's your friends will laugh at you, your your colleagues, your neighbors, your parents, your siblings, everybody will laugh when people don't understand what you are doing. But you are sure what you are doing. You know you don't want to end up like them. They might look like they're temporarily getting ahead of you, but you know that the long term is painful consequences, and you are following your straight and narrow, and until that you get to your desired end, it will not be clear to them what you are doing. Many of us don't have the ability to go against the crowd, and if you go along with the crowd, what does the Bible say? Straight and narrow, all right, wide and what is this? Is it broad? Yeah, and wide that leads to anywhere you see a majority of people heading, they're not heading to anywhere good because the majority of people never have anything good. That's why everything is desirable for us because only a few people end up having these things. The majority of people never have it. So anywhere you take a check and you see a majority of people going there, it's unlikely that that thing is going to be profitable. All right. And what we do is we pay attention now to what people do, not what they say. All right? Because it's the doing that will deliver to you. You can be saying anything. You can be vibing. You can have the lingua. But if you are not doing, all right, you are not getting ahead. Only the doing produces results. Okay? Number 11. I'm almost through. All right? You guys will have you have the rest of the morning now. I'm almost through. Number 11. Why people don't get wealthy? Because of a lack of generosity. People are not generous. I'm always asking people, what's your strategy? How do you hope to make this money with this kind of spirit? With your lack of generosity, your inability, and it's down to what Pastor Fine said before as well. I don't have enough now. How can I? I don't have enough now. How can I? My own problems are not met fully. How can I help somebody else? All right? And that's always a problem. All right? And there are two seas. In Palestine, there are two seas, the Sea of Galilee and the Dead Sea. And both of them take water from River Jordan. Do you know what the outcome for the two seas are? The Dead Sea doesn't have an outlet. It receives water from the River Jordan, doesn't have an outlet. So there is no life in it. Everything in it is dead. No fish, no plant, no nothing. It's dead. Because what? It takes water from the same source, but there is no outlet. All right? While the Sea of Galilee, because the house outlets, there's life in it. And that is a situation with many people, most people. There's no outlet. Everything that comes into you stays in you. So it dies there. There's no outlet. There's never enough for you to look at somebody else who is in a worse situation, who needs something. It's always about it's not enough, when I do, when I have enough, when I have. And that lack of outlet, what it leads to death. So learn that lesson. The water comes into them from the same source. The same river feeds the two of them. But because one just takes it, doesn't give out, and everything in it is dead. And the other one, because there's an outlet, water comes in and goes out and flows. Right? It supports life. So when you are that kind of person, that anything comes into you and resides and stays and sits, just know that you are tending towards death. And Imran says this, somebody who says he can't be concerned about other people. All right? It's simple. Can't be concerned about other people. You can only be concerned about yourself. What he says is, know that you have triggered a cause. The effect of that is you are going to end up poor. There's nothing you can do about that. That attitude, that belief that I don't have enough, I can't care about anybody except myself, automatically know that you have triggered a cause, and the effect of it is what? Poverty. That one, you don't need to do it. You don't need to plan for it. You don't need to do it. Just by that attitude and that action, living by that philosophy of, I can only be concerned about myself. Just understand that the effect of it, the other side of that mic, as I showed you guys, is what? Is what you are going to have, poverty. And some of you will think that you are too young. And no, nobody is too young. Everybody has something to give. Don't be excessively focused on yourself. Understand that the way this universe has been constructed by God, it requires us to keep things flowing. That's why it says in the land flowing with what? With milk and honey, not the land that is stored. It's flowing. You need to keep things moving, all right, to enable your own this thing to embellish, to grow. You need to keep. People don't understand it. Many people struggle with this. Think of giving not as a duty, but as a privilege. Many of us think of giving as a duty, something that is a burden. But when you begin to see giving as a privilege, as something God places you in a position to be able to give something to somebody, you see it as a privilege, you will embrace it. But if you see it as duty, even if you give, you will be deprived of the benefit because you are grinding, you are whining, you are cursing, you are not happy doing it. And nobody is forcing you. It's a situation where they say, if you are not going to have a good attitude and all of that, you keep your money or this thing. Until, and I say to people now, think of it. There are two people. You are giving somebody money. It's painful. Sometimes it's painful. It's very painful that you are giving. But are you not grateful that you are the person giving, not the person who is waiting for somebody to come and give them? Think about that now. If you are complaining and you are in the position to give, think about the person that has to wait, trusting God that He will send somebody to come and meet his need. What would you rather be? The giver or the receiver? If you think of yourself, I'm in a position that I can sort myself and I can still have enough to give, however painful it is. Just keep remembering the receiver in that situation. And you'll be telling yourself, thank God that I'm in this position to give. Because the other side is to be the one who is looking up to people to receive. And in every situation, what I've said, I said it the last time, you are in the middle every time. There's people ahead of you, there are people behind you. There's no we don't know the poorest person in this world. We don't know that person. Because everybody that we know, there's somebody ahead of him, there's somebody behind him. There's no hard way, there's no matter how hard you think your situation is, you are better off than some people, you are worse off than some people. So you can always be a blessing to somebody. All right? Does that make sense? All right? Money is this. If you don't spread it around like the Dead Sea, it just dies. It just stinks. When you gather, you remember that story of the rich fool in the Bible. Money comes, all he's thinking is, I gather, gather, gather. Let me expand my band. Let me do all of those things. Okay, God said it's your money now, but the life is my own. I'll take your life. I'll see what you will do. Don't be consumed by gathering alone. Understand that it's by extending to other people. There is nothing that you are doing that is making money, that somebody is not doing more than that and is not making the money you are making. Just let that keep you humble. There is nothing that you are doing. There is no amount of brilliance that you have. There is no skill that you have. That there is no somebody who has that skill, who has it more than you, who is not getting the results that you are getting. Remember the passage that it's God that gives us what? Power to make wealth. The opportunities that He creates, the position that He makes for you, for your boss to like you, for your boss to take a liking to you, to recommend you for promotion. All of these things that God does for you, it is so that other people might be blessed by it as well. All right? Don't be focused only on yourself. Number 12, and I believe this is the last one. Why people don't make it? Why people don't get wealthy? It's because they are consumed by what we call a scarcity mentality. And when you are consumed by that scarcity mentality, what does it say? It is a belief that, there's only so much. And if somebody has it, then I don't have it and I can't have it. So what I have to keep to myself. I have to gather and store and save. Because it's a zero-sum game. If somebody has it, I can't have it. So if I have it, I have to keep it, I have to protect it, I have to secure it. And that mentality, that scarcity mentality, it produces constant what? Scarcity. It produces scarcity. Because fundamentally, this mentality is based on fear. And what you fear the most is what is going to replicate and happen in your life. When you have an excessive fear that something is not enough, so everything I have to protect, I have to keep, I have to secure, I have to, that is what you will keep saying in your situation. All right? If you live in fear of scarcity, every action that you take will be perpetuating that scarcity. Because what it will be doing for you is to prevent you from giving, from opening your outlet, from opening yourself to something. And everything you'll be thinking about is about things are scarce. Things are not enough. If I don't get it, somebody will get it. That means I can't get it. And if I get it, I have to secure and make sure that it doesn't get into the hand of anybody else. And thinking like that, it destroys you. All right? And what we say is if you want to become rich, you can't be focused on poverty, on scarcity. Because what you focus on is what you are reproducing. You cannot be focused on scarcity and expect abundance to materialize in your life. No, it's not. What you focus on is what you are going to produce. Does this make sense? Free yourself of all these things. The passage that we read, there's one that holds, that scatters, all right, and amounts to riches. There's somebody that holds on to something more than is necessary, and that thing is tending to poverty. So let your mind be filled with abundance. There's more than enough in this world. For sure, there's more than enough for me. You cannot be focused on scarcity and expect to produce abundance in your life. It's not what you produce, what you focus on. That's what you have faith in, and that's what you are going to produce. You have faith in scarcity, you are not going to produce abundance. And it's not whether you have money or not. It's a mentality, it's a consciousness that you have. Some people who are rich in money have a scarcity mentality. That is why what they grab, they hold. If you trust God and you believe God and you think that you attribute all of your success to God, you have no problem with the letting go anything that comes into your hand. But when you think it's my hard work, it's my struggle, it's my toil, it's my everything, everything becomes you, I, me, myself. Just keep in your mind that your mentality is a belief, and it is what is attracting everything that you are seeing in your life. So if your mind is favorable to poverty, you're always thinking, you're always afraid, you're always believing that, no, things are too hard, things are getting hard, the inflation, government, I can't give anybody money, I can only be focused. If you are thinking about, that's all that you will see. Because you have fertilized your mind, your spirit, you have fertilized it only for that. All right? You have to be deliberate in your mind. And thank God we have come to the end. And you guys made it. All right? You guys made it. All right? And just two things that I'm going to say. Understand that, making money is simple. It just requires us to follow certain principles, certain processes. Today, we have spent it highlighting all of the things that people do that are wrong. All right? As we begin next month, we'll begin to focus on the things that you need to do, all right, to begin to make. But it is first important that we remove all of this rope, all of this gap, or all of these beliefs, that we read ourselves. We clear, you know what the Bible says. When you have cleared the house, you have driven all the demons away. Now we need to populate it with the right ones so that they don't come stronger than they were before we send them away. I didn't know. I spoke many years ago about this, and apparently Pastor Efai spoke to him a lot. He just said it on Wednesday, and I was laughing that how did this come up again? But this is important, all right? Wealth is a consequence. Nothing is by luck. Yeah, if you do the right, if you trigger the right causes, all right, the effect will be wealth for you. And if you trigger the wrong causes, the effect will be poverty for you. And that's why many of us are in the situation that we are in. I thank you very much because you have stayed with me. Yeah, you people have made it not so hard for me. So, yeah, we'll come to the end of it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we will come back next month. I think that some things are going to happen. Pastor Fine, I'm going to call you. There's going to be some refreshments when we are done, but we need to tell when is the next one. When May what is the next one? I think my own job is done. I'm going to hand over to Pastor Fine to lead us to. It will be the third one, I think. Yeah, because when I'm traveling. May 17, is that the one? Yeah. I can do that. Okay. I can do any of that. I'm around. I don't know why I'm talking myself. But yeah, thank you very much. God bless you. Pastor Fine, I'm handing them over to you.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Praise the Lord. Please, can we rise and just
say a word of prayer for our facilitator this morning. Let's pray for Elder, that God will continue to strengthen him. God will continue to give him more wisdom as we progress. So can you open your mouth at this time and pray? People are not praying. Oh. Open your mouth and pray. He's poured out to us, that God will replenish him. God will continue to strengthen him. And I want you to pray for yourself, that everything you've learned, thank God it's online. It's you can get back to it. It's on the. Please, if you can project the platform where it is. I know it's YouTube for the youth church in Odolo. You can always go back to this and listen. Father, we thank you. In Jesus' name we are praying. Many of you standing here this morning, you are privileged. Privileged in the sense that some of the things you guys are learning, if some of us learn this thing earlier than we did, we won't be where we are now. Praise the Lord. And one thing is for you to be taught. Another thing is for you to practice it. Praise the Lord. Father, we just want to say thank you. We're grateful. Today has yesterday, today has come and has gone. We thank you for the grace. Thank you for the mercy. Lord, to see this day. We pray for as many that will listen and listen again, that our lives will not remain the same again. I say something, and I'm also saying you can't pray away poverty. It's just a principle. There are certain things that are by principle. Father, we pray that we will implement these things in the name of Jesus. And in future, starting now, it will be beneficial to us and to our children, in the name of Jesus. Blessed be your holy name, Father, because we are prayed in Jesus' name. Father, as we depart from this place, we're not leaving your presence. We pray that your presence will go ahead of us. Thank you because we know you will give us journey mercies in the name of Jesus. We give you praise, we give you glory. Blessed be your holy name, because we are prayed in Jesus' name. Any announcements? Okay. Okay. So please just sit down. We'll share the grace. Any announcement? Please remember that the next time we're meeting for bare knuckle is when? May what? May 17th. Please mark your calendar. May the Lord God give you increase.